For nearly a century now, America's strategic jet aircraft have stood watch, ready to unleash the ultimate weapon at a moment's notice, all while their crews quietly prayed that they never had to. During these long decades of strategic jet power, we've seen entire governments and ideologies come and go. Borders have shifted, and seemingly unrelated technologies have come together in unpredictable ways to make these aircraft flying instruments of diplomacy. And through all of it, one idea has remained remarkably consistent: the ability to project decisive, overwhelming force across the globe from the air. What we now call strategic bombers are not tied to a single conflict or even a single moment in history. These are one of the very few military systems designed to remain relevant across generations, adapting, evolving, and persisting long after the conflicts that inspired their creation have faded into the history books. Because instead of looking at these as isolated aircraft designs, they are more like a continuous thread. Each bomber in this proud lineage inherits lessons from the one before it. Lessons about reach, survivability, credibility, and restraint. From those first hybrid propeller jet combos to supersonic jets, and from speed to stealth, their mission never truly changed. Only the methods did. Now, let's be clear, when we talk about strategic power, we're not talking about tactics or dogfights or individual battles. This is power that's measured on a national scale. Strategic power is about deterrence, about ensuring that certain decisions are never made in the first place. These aircraft exist not to chase targets, but to influence thinking and policy. And so here's the paradox at the heart of strategic bombing. Its greatest victories are the missions that never happen, the crises that cool, the conflicts that stop short, the moments when the mere existence of a credible force is enough to change the outcome. Because strategic bombers do more than just deliver weapons. They deliver certainty. Certainty that distance is no protection. Certainty that time is not a shield. Certainty that hiding in a bunker won't keep you safe. Certainty that a response is always possible anywhere on Earth at any moment. And that credibility doesn't just deter adversaries, it also reassures allies and stabilizes entire regions. In many ways, these aircraft shape diplomacy as much as they shape military planning. And so, to understand how that power was built, you have to follow the bombers themselves, one generation at a time. And so today, we're going to take a deep dive into the major US bombers that shaped history, starting with the B-36 Peacemaker, which was the first of these. It also was a hybrid propeller and jet aircraft that could fly for 10,000 miles unrefueled. What came next was the all-jet B-47 Stratojet, an aircraft that paved the way for the B-52 and sadly is largely forgotten today, despite over 2,000 of these magnificent aircraft having been built. But at the end of the day, it is definitely overshadowed by its successor, the mighty B-52 Stratofortress. Better known as the Buff, this is a design that's so timeless, it may outlive all of us watching this video. But despite being exactly what the doctor ordered, the B-52 has had many challenges to its throne. Because when military planners thought that speed was the answer, they came up with the B-58 Hustler, a Mach 2 bomber that looked fast even on the ground, and it absolutely terrorized the Soviets. Taking the speed concept all the way past 11, the XB-70 Valkyrie said, "Hold my beer," and was a Mach 3 bomber that looked like it came from outer space. But despite being designed to outrun danger, both the B-58 and XB-70 were not enough as Soviet defenses continued to evolve. And so the next tactic became low-level penetration. The idea here was that flying low and fast could help avoid that ever-increasing dangerous radar. The B-1 Lancer or Bone was the answer here. With its terrain flight following and swing wings for adaptability, the Bone was so feared by the Soviets that it was specifically called out in peace treaties to lose its nuclear capabilities. But as radar systems continued to evolve, even the B-1 was not enough, which is why the Flying Wing Stealth B-2 Spirit was designed. Flying high and cloaked in radar-absorbing materials, the B-2 quickly became the most undetectable aircraft in the sky, and once again, redefined strategic air power. But no aircraft reigns forever, and the B-2 was starting to show its age, having been designed in the 1980s. Which is why the all-new 6th generation B-21 Raider has entered the chat. This modern marvel by Northrop Grumman once again resets the bar, and plans are to build as many as 200 Raiders, which will fly well into the 21st century. But the question still remains, will the B-2 outlive them all? Because, you see, strategic aircraft are not one one-off ideas, but rather that continuous evolution of design that shows us the fears, technologies, and strategies of the time. So strap in, because if you really want to understand how we got here and where things are likely headed, then view on, you magnificent savant of strategy, because this is a deep dive into the history, development, and operational use of the most feared aircraft ever made. Let's take a look. PilotPhotog.com. It was an era where anything seemed possible. During the nifty 50s, there was no idea too crazy. If they could think of it, they tried it. This is the largest mass-produced piston engine aircraft ever built. Designed in the 40s and operational in the 50s, imagine a massive 28-cylinder beast of an engine, turning a 19-foot wide propeller, and now put 6 of them on an airplane. These 6 engines put out more than 25,000 horsepower combined. But we're not done. Along with these massive pusher props, add 4 jet engines. That's right, this magnesium monster flew with 6 turning and 4 burning engines. And it did this while carrying more bombs farther and faster than 20 World War II heavy bombers could. Meet the Convair B-36. Nothing about this airplane was normal. This behemoth was the literal bridge between giant piston engine aircraft and the jet age. The pilots who flew this colossal bomber described it as sitting in a bay window while flying an apartment building. This thing was so big, it carried a B-58 Hustler's airframe to its assembly site, and it didn't even flinch. But it just didn't ferry aircraft. The B-36 could carry tons of conventional bombs or world-ending nuclear bombs. So naturally, what nickname did they give it? The Peacemaker. Because when these things showed up, the bad guys wanted to call it off and go home. Today, we're going to take a deep dive into Convair's most ambitious project, from its radical multi-engine design to its use as a Cold War deterrent, and a super secret project with an onboard nuclear reactor that involved the Glow Squad. This is an airplane that broke all the rules and raised the bar for every bomber that came after it. So pull those arming pins, lock on and strap in, because this is a journey you won't want to miss. To understand how this bomber came to be, we have to go back to the early days of World War II. Following the summer of 1940, the United Kingdom stood alone in the fight against Nazi Germany. And the United States, although officially neutral, was already growing concerned that if England should fall, then the US would end up alone in the fight versus the Third Reich. Because of this, planners began to envision a truly long-range bomber, one that would be able to strike deep into Europe from bases in North America without refueling. But then the timeline was accelerated. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, an additional need for a bomber arose to be able to attack Japan from bases in Hawaii. As a result, the requirements for this new aircraft were staggering for the time. Be able to fly at altitudes of 45,000 feet, have a range of 12,000 miles, and a top speed of 450 miles per hour. Keep in mind, this is at a time when few, if any, fighters could do 400 miles per hour, let alone bombers. The requirements were later trimmed down to a 10,000 mile range and a 40,000 foot ceiling. But the top speed requirement remained the same. More on that later. To get such long ranges, not to mention delivering heavy payloads, a massive airframe would be needed. To do this, the designers set about to build the biggest bomber possible, and that was going to require using lots of materials. But then the war effort really took off following Pearl Harbor. By the end of 1941, development of the soon-to-be B-36 was put on hold to prioritize the production of the proven B-24 Liberator and other aircraft. However, this didn't stop the engineers at Convair. despite facing massive shortages in that one metal that aircraft need most, aluminum. With all the available aluminum going to the war effort on already in production aircraft, these crafty designers came up with an ingenious substitute: magnesium. You see, magnesium is lighter than aluminum, but also more corrosive and sometimes more flammable, and as one firefighter told me, much harder to put out. In fact, regular firefighting methods like water and foam are ineffective and can even make the fire worse by producing hydrogen gas. Magnesium fires are often classified as Class D fires and require specialized extinguishing agents. But despite these risks, the designers at Convair went ahead with the extensive use of magnesium anyway. It's important to point out that the use of magnesium wasn't unique to the B-36. It's been used in other aircraft, usually in small quantities and in specialized areas like oil tanks or other small parts. But nothing like this had been attempted on such a massive scale. At the end of the day, each B-36 ended up using about 12,000 pounds of magnesium sheet, 1,500 pounds of magnesium forgings, and 660 pounds of magnesium castings for airframe parts and the fuselage skin. This is how the B-36 became known as the Magnesium Monster. But this project was more than just about using different materials. The B-36 set out to do things no other bomber at the time even dreamed of. And as a result, because of the high ambitions for this bomber, there were many other delays in the development of this colossus. One of the biggest challenges was the range. To get the absolute most mileage out of every drop of fuel, the B-36 went with rear-facing propellers, known as pusher props. Placing the propellers at the rear of the wing smoothed the airflow over the leading edge, which increased aerodynamic efficiency and as a result, greatly increased the B-36's range. Now, pusher props were not new to the Peacemaker. In fact, the very first heavier-than-air aircraft ever to fly had pusher props. That, of course, being the 1903 Wright brothers Wright Flyer. But as with almost everything about the B-36, Convair engineers took the pusher concept and made it huge. To turn these huge propellers and push this beast through the sky, massive engines would be needed. These came in the form of the Pratt Whitney R4360 Wasp Major air-cooled radial engines. Each of these 28-cylinder monsters put out 4,300 horsepower, and there were 6 of them. But putting the propellers in the back of the wing was only one step in getting that long range. To drive these thirsty engines, you needed fuel, literal tons of fuel. Many airplanes store a substantial amount of fuel in the wings, and well, just like everything else in the B-36, the wings were massive, but not just in length. The wings spanned 230 feet, but they were also very thick. In fact, the B-36's wings at their tallest point measured 7.5 feet. These massive wings allowed the Peacemaker to store those tons of fuel. In fact, the wings were so massive and tall that they even had crawl spaces inside for in-flight engine access or basic maintenance. But the B-36 wasn't just limited to piston engines turning huge propellers. The recently developed jet engine was used. Now, putting propellers and jet engines wasn't unique to the B-36, but the scale in which it was attempted was, of course, unique. It really was a fascinating time in history. While piston engines were proven and reliable, by this time they had reached their limit in terms of how fast they could make airplanes go. Enter the jet engine, a new technology that promised speeds that piston engine aircraft could only ever dream of. But there was a problem. Early jet engines were very fuel inefficient. They basically drank gas to produce thrust. As a result, the B-36 kept those massive but efficient Pratt Whitney radials and added 4 jet engines in 2 pods on the outer wings. These General Electric J47s were hugely successful early engine designs and would go on to power the legendary F-86. On the Peacemaker, they first appeared on the B-36D model. In fact, the jet engines proved to be so effective that All B-36s were retrofitted to carry these jet pods. But can you imagine the maintenance on this thing? Imagine an aircraft carrying two different fuel types with two very different engine types. You can start to see how complex this bomber becomes. Keep in mind, this is long before the digital age. So every engine has to have its own bank of dials and gauges to monitor its performance. And, well, let's just say that the B-36's flight engineer definitely had his work cut out for him. Now, speaking of the crew, just like everything else about the B-36, you guessed it, it's massive. The Peacemaker's crew varied from 15 for standard missions to as many as 22 for reconnaissance missions. But given the size of this beast, I doubt even 22 crew members felt crowded. You have the bomber, the engines, the fuel, and the crew. Now, let's talk about the one thing this aircraft was built for: carrying and delivering bombs. Lots of them. The Peacemaker's bomb capacity was an incredible 86,000 pounds. To put that number into perspective, the B-17 would carry about 4,000 pounds on long-range missions during World War II. This means that it would take more than 20 B-17s to carry the same bomb load as a single B-36. And the Peacemaker could carry those bombs much, much further. But carrying bombs a long way isn't effective if you can't defend yourself. And when it came to defensive firepower, the B-36 really packed a punch. Getting back to the B-17 as a comparison, the Flying Fortress was named that way because it carried 13 of the infamous Browning M2 50 caliber machine guns. The Convair engineers saw that and said, "Hold my avgas." The B-36 carried 16 20mm cannons that were mounted in 8 turrets. So not only more overall guns, but higher caliber as well as compared to the Flying Fortress. But it didn't just carry more and heavier guns. The Peacemaker's turrets were remote controlled so that the crew members could operate the turrets from workstations on board the aircraft, instead of standing right behind them like they did in the B-17. Because of this, the B-36 could operate at much higher altitudes for longer as well. Now, to fly at such high altitudes, the B-36's crew areas were of course pressurized, and that included an 80-foot long, 2-foot wide tunnel that used a trolley to get crew members back and forth inside the aircraft. Maximum comfort. But 6 of the turrets also had an interesting feature. Remember how everything about the B-36 was a quest for speed and range? 6 of the 8 turrets would actually retract into the fuselage, and this helped the Peacemaker fly through the air more efficiently when needed. However, all of this complexity and design ideas came at a cost, in both time and money. The first B-36 flew in August of 1946, well after the end of World War II. So it was too late to fly the missions the designers had dreamed up for it. But a new war was already underway. A war in which deterrence and a show of force, not combat, was king. And wouldn't you know it, this played right into the Peacemaker's hands. One of the guiding principles of the Cold War was mutual assured destruction, or MAD. As both the US and later the Soviet Union came to possess nuclear weapons, the idea was that if one side started a nuclear engagement, the other side would answer back and everyone would be destroyed, hence MAD. So instead of large land, air, and sea battles that we saw during World War II, the battle space shifted into building up massive arsenals of nuclear weapons and ensuring peace through strength. As a result, the Cold War became more about what arms you could bring to the table and how quickly you could activate your arsenal. When it came to the nuclear deterrent side of things, this show of force doctrine turned into what we now call the nuclear triad. In other words, we've developed 3 different and independent ways to reach out and touch someone with thermonuclear weapons. Specifically, nuclear weapons could be delivered, number 1, by ballistic missile submarines, or boomers, number 2, by launching intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs, and number 3, by delivering them using heavy bombers. This triad is still in use today. An airplane of many firsts, the B-36 was one of the first bombers to make up part of this critical triad. Ironically, the number of delays, setbacks, and overly ambitious goals played into the B-36's favor. By the time the B-36 became fully operational in 1951, the Cold War was in full swing. But before we continue our deep dive into the B-36's operational history, we need to take a quick moment to appreciate how massive this bomber really was. Now, we've already mentioned that the wingspan was an incredible 230 feet. Meanwhile, the fuselage was 163 feet long. Given these two dimensions alone, this bomber took up an incredible amount of space on the ramp. And of course, the bigger they are, the more they weigh. The Peacemaker's maximum takeoff weight was 410,000 pounds, with a maximum bomb load of up to 86,000 pounds. Despite its huge size and weight, the B-36 had an unrefueled range of 12,000 miles. Now, we've mentioned range a couple of times in this video. To put that range number into perspective, the distance from Washington, D.C. to Moscow is just under 5,000 miles, meaning that a B-36 taking off from Andrews Air Force Base could reach Moscow and fly back with plenty of range to spare. Powering this beast were those 6 Pratt Whitney R-4360s that generated a combined 25,800 horsepower. These engines gave the Peacemaker a cruising speed of anywhere from 230 to 390 miles per hour. But what about the jet engines? Well, to give the B-36 that extra performance boost on takeoff, or when it needed to get the heck out of Dodge, the 4 jet engines were used. Think of them as nitrous bottles for a turbo boost and not full-time engines. The GE J-47s weren't the most efficient, especially by today's standards, but they were a marvel of engineering for their time, and they got the job done. By activating those 4 J-47 jet engines, the B-36 could get up to dash speeds of 430 to 450 miles per hour. But as the Cold War went on and fighter aircraft became more sophisticated and fast, the idea of masked gun turrets that were used to defend against enemy fighters during World War II was proving to be less and less effective. As a result, in 1954, Peacemakers went through the Featherweight program. This involved removing most of the B-36's defensive guns, and instead relying on the B-36's speed and high operational altitudes to avoid enemy fighters. These modifications helped extend the Peacemaker's range to that incredible 12,000 mile mark. At the end of the day, the B-36 only kept a tail turret for defense, which was radar controlled. Now, getting back to the payload, the B-36 could basically carry it all with that 87,000 pound bomb capacity. To give you an idea of how heavy that is much more weight than a fully loaded and fueled F-14D Tomcat, which comes in at 74,350 pounds. Now, being both a conventional and nuclear bomber, the Peacemaker carried general-purpose bombs, incendiary bombs, and even anti-personnel fragmentation bombs. But one of the more interesting payloads was the T-12 Cloudmaker, an incredibly massive 43,600 pound bunker buster that was nicknamed the Earthquake Bomb. Basically, the B-36 could carry more conventional bombs than an entire World War II bomber squadron. But the B-36's most defining role was, of course, its role as a nuclear delivery platform. Initially, it carried the Mark IV nuclear bomb, which was an improved version of the Fat Man that was used on Nagasaki to end World War II. Later, Peacemaker variants could carry much larger atomic weapons via a program that was known as the Grand Slam installation. This allowed the bomber to carry the formidable Mark 17, the largest and heaviest nuclear bomb to be deployed by the US at the time, weighing in at about 21,000 pounds and having a yield of about 15 megatons. That's equivalent to 1,000 Fat Man bombs in terms of the yield. To showcase the B-36's incredible range and power, in 1948, just 3 years after World War II, Lieutenant Colonel John Bartlett and his crew took off from Carswell Air Force Base in Texas and flew to Hawaii, where they performed a simulated attack against the target. Then they flew all the way back to Texas, non-stop. This mission showed the world that the Peacemaker truly had an operational intercontinental capability, with some suggesting that the B-36 could easily fly round trip from Maine to Leningrad, putting the Soviet Union on notice. That mission would perfectly encapsulate how the B-36 was used. Throughout its career, the Peacemaker would participate in such strategic missions, showcasing the United States' ability to respond to a potential Soviet attack. In fact, several mission scenarios would often involve deployments flying across the North Pole or on top of the world to attack the Soviet Union from its northern border. But they weren't just carrying operational loads. Peacemakers were also used extensively as flying test beds, especially for nuclear weapons. Perhaps the most famous example of these weapon tests was named Operation Ivy. As part of those live tests, a B-36 dropped a nuclear device which resulted in a detonation that was codenamed King. Some of these test aircraft became so radioactive from the fallout of the blasts that they could not be touched for months. In fact, the Peacemaker involved in Operation Ivy was set aside for an entire year, and when crews came back to check on the airplane, it was so radioactive it had to be decommissioned. The B-36 was able to serve in every possible weather condition imaginable, making it a truly all-weather bomber, with deployments ranging from the steamy, humid island of Guam to the frigid tundra of Alaska. These worldwide deployments showcased Strategic Air Command, or SAC's, global reach during the Cold War. As we've seen, the Peacemaker was a bomber of many firsts, but not always in a good sense. One of the most significant events for all the wrong reasons in its operational history occurred early on in its service life. In 1950, during a training mission, a B-36B from SAC's 7th Bombardment Wing flew into severe weather, which caused ice to build up on the wings. Now, you could say a design defect of the B-36 with those pusher props was a lack of engine cooling from the intakes that are in front of the wing. The buildup of the ice in this case led to 3 of the 6 engines catching on fire due to overheating, and the aircraft rapidly losing altitude. The crew made the tough decision to jettison its single unarmed Mark IV nuclear bomb off the Canadian-British Columbia coast. The bomb detonated on impact, but fortunately it only contained a lead practice core instead of actual nuclear material. However, it still produced a bright flash and a shockwave. The 17-man crew was able to bail out, and the incident would go on to become the first broken arrow scenario of the Cold War. Today, the B-36 is mostly remembered for being one of the first bombers to carry nuclear weapons. But what if I told you it also flew with an onboard nuclear reactor? In a highly ambitious, experimental, and dangerous program, a nuclear reactor was placed inside a highly modified Peacemaker. Designated the NB-36H and nicknamed the Convair Crusader, this aircraft looked into the possibility of using a nuclear reactor in the same way that a modern aircraft carrier or Navy submarine does. In the case of those ships, nuclear reactors provide virtually unlimited range and no need to refuel for years at a time. For this experiment, a 3 megawatt reactor was installed in the B-36's rear bomb bay. The specialized and likely voluntold 5-person crew was protected by a 12-ton lead-shielded cockpit area. Along with this, water barriers were installed to hopefully absorb some of the radiation being emitted from the reactor. For further protection, the windows were also made of thick leaded glass. But this wasn't just a chalkboard idea. Between 1955 and 1957, the Convair Crusader nuclear test aircraft flew 47 test flights over sparsely populated areas of Mexico and Texas. A modified B-50 chase plane would monitor radiation emissions. Along with these 2 aircraft, a C-119 flying boxcar transport aircraft would fly loose formation. But the flying boxcar wasn't there to take photos. It had a far more serious mission. Given the previous Broken Arrow incident that resulted in a B-36 crashing and a nuclear device being detonated, the C-119's cargo consisted of the Glow Squad. This was a set of highly trained troops who were ready to parachute down and secure the crash site if the nuclear-equipped B-36 went down. You can imagine the reactions of the troops who drew this detail. Seriously, has there ever been a more strange detail in the US military? Comment below if there has. Perhaps there has been. The truth is out there after all. The nuclear test aircraft project was successful in demonstrating that an aircraft could fly with an onboard nuclear reactor, which even led to one concept that, if it had been used, would have had a detachable reactor module that could be replaced as needed. In this concept, the pilots were located in the upper tail, which could be detached in case of emergency. How would you feel being a passenger on this thing? Just like the jet age, the nuclear age involved a lot of testing on different projects. Between the years of 1946 and 1961, the Air Force, along with the Atomic Energy Commission, spent more than $7 billion trying to develop a nuclear-powered aircraft. But at the end of the day, the amount of weight to safely shield the crew made the whole thing impractical. Imagine nuclear airliners flying around in the skies today. What could possibly go wrong? Now, speaking of airliners, there were actually plans to produce an airline version of the B-36. This double-decker monster went without the extra jet engines, but kept those same Pratt Whitney pusher props, all 6 of them. The Air Force named this titan of a transport the XC-99, and just like the nuclear test aircraft, this thing actually made it into the sky. The USAF built and flew a prototype. The aircraft had a promising start. In July of 1950, it would fly its first cargo mission, creatively called Operation Elephant. This mission would transport over 100,000 pounds of cargo from San Diego to Kelly Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. The cargo on board? Well, naturally it included engines and propellers for another B-36. As a troop transporter, the XC-99 could carry up to 400 troops. But this double-decker behemoth sadly never made it into airline service. Imagine what could have been. Given the B-36's massive size, it was able to perform duties no other aircraft could at the time, and probably ever since. The most incredible example was the time when an ex-B-58 Hustler prototype, which was also manufactured by Convair, needed to be transported from Fort Worth, Texas to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. The fully assembled Hustler fuselage, minus the vertical tail, was strapped to the bottom of a B-36. But there were some modifications that had to be done to the B-36. To make room for the Hustler airframe, the inboard engines and propellers were removed, leaving only 8 out of 10 total running engines. Only 8. But even with 8 engines running, the B-36's massive size and huge lifting wing made easy work of transporting the prototype Hustler to Wright-Pat. The Hustler is a large airplane in its own right, but these photos really give you a feel for how big the Peacemaker was. But the B-36 did more than carry a Hustler airframe. It also carried fighters. In an effort known as FICOM, or the Fighter Conveyor Program, a Parasite fighter was strapped to the bottom of a Peacemaker and could be air-launched from the bomber. Remember, this was at a time when air-to-air refueling wasn't common, so launching a fighter from a bomber at altitude greatly increased their range. The initial fighter to be developed for this program was the X-85 Goblin, a tiny fighter designed to fit inside the B-36's bomb bay. The idea was that the Goblin would be launched to protect a flight of B-36s as they approached their target deep inside enemy territory. As you can imagine, the Goblin was very difficult to recover back to its mothership, and the project was ultimately cancelled. Quick note, a modified B-21 was used for testing, as the B-36 wasn't ready at the time. But for the next series of tests, the Peacemaker was ready. In a project known as Tiptoe, a modified Republic F-84 Thunderjet was physically attached to the underside of a B-36 using a trapeze mechanism. The F-84 was of course a full-size fighter and a good choice at the time, since it could itself carry nuclear weapons and also made an excellent reconnaissance platform. The heavily modified B-36 mothership was redesignated the GRB-36. One interesting note is that the pilot of the F-84 Parasite aircraft would travel inside the pressurized B-36 en route, and then climb into the F-84's cockpit via the bomb bay. The program was tested between 1952 and 1956, and was ultimately canceled as air-to-air refueling became more practical and common. Despite not making it into the airlines or as a fighter or troop transport, the B-36 was a critical component of America's early Cold War arsenal. Having a North American-based bomber that could strike targets in Europe or Asia was huge. But as with all things in military aviation, nothing lasts forever. By the early to mid-1950s, Soviet jet fighters became more and more common, and their top speeds, along with their high altitude capabilities, grew. Remember, this bomber was designed to outrun and fly higher than World War II piston engine fighters. And while 450 miles per hour seems fast compared to that era, in the jet age, that was basically a starting point. As a response to these increasingly capable Soviet fighters, war planners decided that the best way for a bomber to strike its targets would be to fly very low and very fast, something that the B-36 was never designed to do. But it turns out there was a new bomber in the works that was shaping up to replace the Peacemaker, the B-52 Stratofortress. Entering service in 1955, the Buff could fly at speeds of 650 miles per hour, operate at 50,000 feet, and had a similar range to the B-36. Now, of course, at this time there was also other bombers on the horizon, like the B-47 and the aforementioned B-58, and while the B-36 was a bomber of many firsts, its days were numbered in a crowded bomber market. With the arrival of the all-jet B-47, and especially the B-52, the Peacemaker began to get phased out in 1956. That's just 5 years after becoming fully operational. The B-36 was completely retired from service in 1959, cementing its legacy as an icon of those nifty 50s. And the last ever flight of any B-36 took place on 30 April 1959, when it flew to the National Museum of the U.S. Air Force in Dayton, Ohio, where you can still go and see it to this day. I'd also like to take a quick moment to thank the National Museum of the U.S. Air Force for providing me some of the images that you've seen in this video. Thank you. Without a doubt, the Peacemaker is a one-of-a-kind aircraft, a beacon to a different time in aviation, where ideas became reality, and designers dared to dream and then build the impossible. We will likely never again see an aircraft this large with jet engines burning and piston radials turning, huge propellers. The crews who flew and worked on this legend were truly lucky in some ways. They got to be a part of a very short-lived but memorable program. Imagine an aircraft today only serving for 10 years. But despite its short service life, over 380 of these were built. And if you ever get the chance to see one, you should. The Peacemaker stands as a testament to what can be done when there is a will to push the boundaries, to dare to dream, and to build something truly unique. The B-36 had many firsts, did many things right, and of course some things wrong. In some ways, the Peacemaker lived up to its name, having never dropped a bomb in combat. But in the end, Convair's B-36 handed the reins to what many feel is the greatest bomber of all time. And when it's all said and done, well, that's not such a bad legacy, is it? Imagine a bomber so fast and sleek, it looked more like a fighter, complete with a bubble canopy and swept wings that seemed to slice the sky. But this wasn't some imaginary experimental prototype. This was the Boeing B-47 Stratojet, America's first jet-powered strategic bomber, built not just to fly, but to deliver nuclear firepower at jet speeds. But here's the part that history often forgets. Despite being at the very heart of Cold War deterrence, flying with nukes on board during the most hair-trigger years of global tension, the B-47 has quietly faded from memory. Why? Because it was quickly overshadowed by its longer-lived sibling, the B-52 Stratofortress, which still flies to this day. Yet, to reduce the B-47 to a stepping stone or a footnote in history would be a massive mistake. You see, this wasn't just a one-mission warplane. During its service life, it evolved into an airborne Swiss Army knife. It was a reconnaissance platform, electronic warfare workhorse, weather research station tool, even a Cold War spy, sneaking into Soviet airspace in its RB-47 variant to scoop up intelligence that other assets couldn't reach. But here's what makes the Stratojet truly legendary. It didn't just serve a military mission, it shaped the future for all of aviation. Its swept-wing design, podded engines, and high-speed performance became the blueprint for virtually every jetliner that would follow. The Boeing 707, the 727, and even the airlines we fly today all owe a debt to the B-47's radical design. And yet, all this innovation, well, it came at a price. Because for all its futuristic brilliance, the B-47 was also one of the most dangerous aircraft the Air Force ever flew. So in this episode, we're taking a deep dive into the story of the mostly forgotten jet that changed aviation forever. Its creation, its service, and the true cost of a flying machine that was always one step ahead of its time, and sometimes one step too far. So grab your launch codes and strap in, because this is the Stratojet story. If you've ever looked out a terminal window or up in the sky and seen the familiar shape of a jetliner with a long cylindrical body, swept-back wings, and engines slung under pylons, you're looking at the ghost of the B-47. That design, which now defines global air travel, wasn't cooked up by an airline or born in a passenger aircraft sketchbook. It came straight from the Cold War's cutting edge. It came from a bomber. More specifically, the Boeing B-47 Stratojet, which was a radical departure from the straight-wing piston-powered behemoths of World War II and the B-36 that came before it. This sleek jet-powered bomber introduced innovations that would ripple across aviation for decades. A thin, high-aspect wing set at a 35-degree sweep, jet engines slung under the wing with pylons, and to complete the design, a fighter-style cockpit perched atop its narrow fuselage. In short, it was unlike anything the world had ever seen at this scale. And it wasn't just looks. The B-47 could fly higher and faster than any bomber before it. Key attributes when your job was to punch through Soviet air defenses with a nuclear payload. It was a bold bet by the US Air Force, and it paid off, at least on paper. Because in practice, the B-47 was a handful, a dangerously unforgiving aircraft that demanded everything from its crews, and sometimes took their lives in return. The statistics are grim. Out of just over 2,000 B-47s built, 203 were lost in accidents, resulting in 464 crew fatalities. Now that's about 10% of the total fleet, not lost in combat, but in crashes, mechanical failures, and mid-air catastrophes. Now there's no way those losses would be tolerable today, but this was a very different era, and it gives a somber take on the term bleeding edge. In fact, Air Force crews gave this bomber a grim nickname, the Crew Killer. But here's the paradox. Despite its deadly reputation, the B-47 was irreplaceable. During the early Cold War, it formed the backbone of Strategic Air Command, or SAC, where it served as the primary delivery vehicle for America's nuclear arsenal. Day and night, Stratojets stood alert, ready to launch in minutes and fly deep into the Soviet Union if the order ever came. At one point, B-47s were launching 15 seconds apart from the same runway. More on that later. But its very presence was meant to send a message. We're ready. So how did this sleek marvel, the father of the jetliner, become one of the most dangerous aircraft in the Air Force inventory? Well, to answer that, we need to rewind to the moment America set its sights on a new kind of bomber, one that would usher in the jet age. Now, before we dive deeper into the details of the B-47, let's take a moment to appreciate what the designers were able to produce without computers. To understand the origin story of the B-47, we have to travel back to the mid-1940s, during a time when one thing was being made crystal clear. The rules of the skies were about to change, and it was going to be all about speed. Towards the end of World War II, the United States Army Air Forces, or USAAF, had crushed its enemies with piston-powered legends like the B-17 Flying Fortress and later the B-29 Super Fortress. But those victories came in a world that was approaching its sunset, as jet fighters like Germany's Messerschmitt Me-262 tore through the air at blistering speeds. It became obvious that the days of slow, lumbering bombers were numbered. What good was a Flying Fortress or even Super Fortress if they couldn't outrun or even keep up with the next generation of interceptors? So in 1943, with the future closing fast, the USAAF floated a radical idea: a new jet-powered reconnaissance bomber. By 1944, that idea became a formal request, calling for something almost unimaginable at the time. This new bomber would need to cruise at 550 miles per hour, fly at 45,000 feet, and travel 3,500 miles. To put that in perspective, those specs would still make for a respectable aircraft even today. The big names of American aviation, Boeing, North American, Convair, and Martin, answered the call. But what they offered were cautious designs, conservative ideas. Think of them as World War II bombers with a few jet engines slapped on. Aircraft like the Martin XB-48 didn't leap into the future, they kind of tiptoed. Even Boeing's early concepts, models 424 and 432, looked more like a jet-age B-29 than anything revolutionary. Engines that were buried in the fuselage created drag problems, and the straight-wing designs just couldn't unlock what jets were truly capable of. The entire effort was on track to be a high-speed dead end. Then came a moment that changed everything. In May of 1945, just as the smoke was clearing in Europe, a group of American engineers went digging through the ruins of Nazi Germany, searching for any advanced technology the Third Reich had been cooking up. Among them was George Scherer, Boeing's chief of technical staff. In a secret wind tunnel lab, he found the mother lode, a stack of wind tunnel data, confirming something that had only been theorized back home. Swept wings worked. They really worked. The German data was precise, detailed, and backed by testing the Allies simply hadn't done to that point. Standing in that lab, Scherer saw the writing on the wall. Boeing's straight-wing bomber was obsolete before it had even flown. He didn't hesitate. He fired off a blunt, now famous telegram to his design team in Seattle. Stop the bomber design. In one sentence, Boeing hit the brakes and turned hard toward the future. This was no minor tweak. This was a total pivot. a full-blown reset at the very moment competitors were doubling down on safe, familiar designs. Boeing made a bold bet, ditching years of work to pursue a radical new layout inspired by captured enemy science. But they didn't stop there. While other companies waited in line to use university wind tunnels, Boeing had invested in its own. That decision paid off in spades. With their private test facility, Boeing engineers could validate and refine the new swept-wing concept in record time, giving them a massive edge over the competition. So yes, the B-47's victory was born in blueprints, but it was won with boldness, speed, and an ability to adapt faster than anyone else. In a world shifting from propellers to pure jet power, Boeing didn't just keep up, well, they leapt ahead. And in doing so, they didn't just build that bomber, they built the future. What rolled out of Boeing's hangars after that now legendary stop work telegram didn't look like anything the world had seen before. In fact, the B-47 looked like it had been pulled straight from the pages of a pulp sci-fi comic. Long, sleek, futuristic, and fast. But this wasn't just a case of form following function. This was a machine built around ideas so new, they forced engineers to solve problems no one had ever faced at this scale. Designing the B-47 wasn't about perfecting one radical breakthrough. It was about stacking dozens of them together, each one pushing the limits and creating new challenges that demanded equally bold solutions. The three pillars of jet age innovation. At the heart of the B-47's radical design were three core innovations. First, the 35-degree swept wing. It looked elegant, and it was, but more importantly, it was fast. By sweeping the wings back, engineers essentially fooled the airflow into thinking the plane was flying slower than it actually was, delaying the formation of shockwaves that would otherwise cripple performance near the speed of sound. To reduce drag, the wings were also razor thin and shockingly flexible. So much so that the tips could flex up to 17.5 feet during flight. Like many design choices, that flexibility was both an advantage and a problem, which we'll get to in a moment. Second, the B-47 used pod-mounted engines in the form of 6 General Electric J-47 turbojets hanging in streamlined nacelles beneath the wings. By the way, the J-47 is the same engine that was used in the F-86 Sabre. So in some ways, you can imagine the power of 6 F-86s pushing the Stratojet along. The design decision to mount the engines in pods was pure genius. It gave the wings a clean aerodynamic profile, reduced fire risk by keeping the hot engines away from the fuselage and fuel tanks, and it made maintenance far easier, as you could remove an entire engine without having to get into the wing. But it did even more. Remember those flexing thin wings? Well, the weight of the engines under the wing acted like counterweights, suppressing the wing flutter and helping stabilize those famously bendy wings. And third, a bizarre looking but brilliant bicycle landing gear system. Because the wings were too thin to house traditional gear, Boeing went with a tandem setup. One set of wheels near the nose and one near the tail, both mounted in the fuselage. For balance on the ground, small outrigger wheels were tucked into the inner engine pods. But this configuration came with a twist. It meant the B-47 sat on the ground, already pitched nose up. Because of this, pilots couldn't rotate on takeoff. Instead, you just pushed the throttles forward, and when you got to flying speed, you'd let the jet lift off on its own. Now, this tandem landing gear design wasn't just unconventional, it was basically unheard of. The closest thing you can think of is gliders, and this feature, along with many other things from the B-47, was of course incorporated into the B-52. Solving the unknowns. But while these innovations pushed the B-47 into a flight regime no bomber had ever touched before, it also brought along a swarm of brand new aerodynamic problems. This was the price of going first. And as the saying goes, experience is a hard teacher. It gives the test before the lesson. One of the worst issues was something called Dutch roll, a weird swaying oscillation that made the plane snake through the air in an unstable side-by-side motion. Traditional controls couldn't fix it. So Boeing invented something totally new, the yaw damper. It was an automatic system that made micro adjustments with the rudder to keep the aircraft stable. That little box of electronics, well, it's become standard on every modern jet airliner. The next challenge was pitch up, where airflow separation near the wingtips caused the nose to rise unpredictably, and aileron reversal, where the wings would flex so much at high speeds that using the ailerons caused the plane to roll the wrong way. The fix? Rows of small, triangular blades called vortex generators. These are simple passive vanes mounted along the wing to energize the airflow and prevent stalls. Like the yaw damper, you'll now find vortex generators on airplanes everywhere. The flight that changed everything. After years of groundbreaking development, the payoff came on its maiden flight, 17 December 1947. Exactly 44 years after the Wright brothers' first flight to the day. The test flight was conducted by pilots Robert Robbins and Scott Ulser. A highly experimental design at the time, Robbins was very skeptical and admitted that before his flight he prayed, "Oh God, please get me through the next 2 hours." As soon as his flight was underway, Robbins realized that he had an extraordinary aircraft at the controls. Chuck Yeager also flew the XB-47, and he commented that the aircraft was so clean aerodynamically that he had difficulty landing it on the Edwards Lake bed. After further modifications and flight tests, the B-47 showed the world what it could do. On the morning of 8 February 1949, the XB-47 prototype rocketed across the country from Moses Lake, Washington to Andrews Field, Maryland. It flew 2,289 miles in just 3 hours and 46 minutes, averaging over 607 miles per hour, a blistering pace that was faster than many of the fighters of the time. The B-47's message to the world was clear. The future wasn't coming. It had arrived. That flight sealed the deal. The B-47 wasn't just the best of the proposals, it made its competitors irrelevant overnight. The production contract that followed was massive, and the aircraft it brought into being would have far-reaching changes. Once the B-47 proved it could fly, the stakes got real. No longer just a technological marvel, the Stratojet was now America's frontline weapon in the most dangerous decade of the Cold War. Under the no-nonsense command of General Curtis LeMay, the Strategic Air Command, or SAC, transformed into the most powerful military force ever assembled. And at its core sat the B-47, ready to deliver nuclear fire at a moment's notice. With more than 2,000 B-47s rolling off the assembly lines, by 1958 it equipped 28 bomb wings, making it the undisputed backbone of America's nuclear deterrent. Imagine having 2,000 B-52s today. With its global reach and blistering speed, the B-47 gave the Soviet Union a nightmare scenario. A strike force that was practically impossible to stop. LeMay understood one thing above all. A deterrent only works if the enemy believes you'll use it. So he made sure the Soviets saw exactly what they were up against. SAC staged record-breaking flights, high-visibility missions, and massive exercises meant to flex American muscle across the globe. One of the most jaw-dropping of these was Operation Powerhouse in 1956, when over 1,000 B-47s and KC-97 tankers took to the skies in a choreographed display of overwhelming force. The message to Moscow: if war comes, we're not hesitating. For the 3-man crews inside those bombers, that doctrine meant living on a knife's edge. SAC's one-third alert policy meant that a third of the B-47 fleet sat armed and fueled on the flight line 24/7. That means nuclear weapons loaded and crews on constant standby. If the alert siren wailed, they had minutes, not hours, to get airborne before Soviet missiles could hit the base. So, to beat the clock, SAC crews trained in a heart-pounding maneuver called minimum interval takeoff, or MITO. It looked like chaos. Bombers lined up and launched down the runway every 15 seconds, with each aircraft flying straight through the jet blast and thick choking smoke of the one ahead of it. It was dangerous, it was loud, it was spectacular, and it was the price of survival. But as impressive as the high-altitude B-47 looked on paper, that advantage didn't last. By the mid-1950s, Soviet air defenses had caught up. Surface-to-air missiles, or SAMs, and faster interceptors made high-level penetration missions suicidal. The altitude sanctuary was gone. SAC had to adapt, and quickly. And the answer was simple, but brutal. Go low. Stratojet crews were retrained to fly nap-of-the-earth missions, screaming just above the terrain to evade radar. These weren't gentle cruising flights. They were teeth-rattling, high-speed runs through the weather and the hills, deep into enemy territory. The tactics evolved fast, and they were bold. One was the pop-up attack, where a B-47 would approach at treetop level, then yank the nose up at the last moment to loft its nuclear weapon toward the target. Even wilder was the low-altitude bombing system, or LABS maneuver, a stunt more fitting for a fighter jet. In this maneuver, the bomber would blast in low, pull into a half loop, and toss the bomb towards the target like a giant supersonic trebuchet. It was aerobatic, it was violent, and, well, it was necessary. But all that stress came with a cost. Remember, the B-47's airframe was built for high altitude and speed. It wasn't designed for the punishment of low-level flight. These new tactics pushed the aircraft and its crews to the breaking point. Fatigue cracks, structural failures, and mechanical strain became the new enemies. Flying the Stratojet was now as much a battle against physics as it was against the Soviets. The mission had changed, the enemy had adapted, and the B-47 just had to keep up. But in doing so, it was entering a danger zone that few aircraft have ever seen, and for many of the brave men flying her, the most dangerous moments still lay ahead. The price of progress, flying the coffin corner. Flying the B-47 wasn't just a job, it was really a test of nerves, precision, and of course endurance. This wasn't a forgiving warbird like the B-17 or even the B-29. The Stratojet was a different beast entirely that demanded absolute precision from its crews. In fact, it really behaved way more like a fighter plane than a bomber. And because of this, everything had to be flown by the numbers. There was no room for gut instincts or guesswork. For pilots trained on piston engine bombers, transitioning to the B-47 probably felt like learning to fly all over again, with the stakes turned all the way up to 11. In the Stratojet, the smallest mistake, well, that could be your last. In the rarefied air where the B-47 was designed to operate, high-altitude, high-speed bombing runs, pilots entered a deadly sliver of sky known as the coffin corner. It sounds dramatic because it was. Up there, the laws of aerodynamics get razor thin and brutal. You see, at extreme altitudes, two deadly forces start to converge. This happens when the aircraft's stall speed begins to approach its critical Mach number. The gap between too slow and too fast can shrink to just 5 to 10 knots. If you fall below that window, the aircraft could stall and drop like a stone. If you nudge above it, you risk what's known as Mach tuck. This is an abrupt nose-down pitch caused by shock waves forming on the wings. Either way, due to that streamlined shape, recovery was unlikely or at least very difficult. Now, of course, you can watch your airspeed and altitude, but remember, the longer that the bomber flew, the more fuel it burned, and well, the less it weighed. But why does that matter? Well, if pilots weren't paying attention, as the jet got lighter, it would begin to slowly climb. So while you'd be maintaining a safe airspeed for a certain altitude, that slow, gentle climb could push you into the coffin corner if you weren't paying attention. Now you might be thinking, well, what about the autopilot? Well, unfortunately, this was the 1950s. The B-47's autopilot just wasn't precise enough to hold that narrow margin. So pilots had to hand fly it for hours, holding altitude, speed, and heading inside that deadly sliver of performance that punished even the smallest lapse in focus. Quick sidebar, before CRM, when workload could kill. They say regulations and procedures are written in blood. In today's aviation world, pilots train extensively in crew resource management, or CRM. This is a collaborative safety culture where communication, teamwork, and shared decision-making are all essential. But in the B-47 era, well, that concept didn't exist yet. Back then, the cockpit culture was strictly hierarchical. The pilot was the boss, the co-pilot followed orders, and the navigator handled targeting and systems. Input from subordinates was limited, even discouraged in some units. Add to that the intense demands of hand-flying a B-47 at high altitude, or during those MITOs, minimum interval takeoffs, and what you had was a workload nightmare. Remember, pilots weren't just flying the airplane, they were managing engines, monitoring instruments, handling radios, navigating potential emergencies, and try to stay inside an aerodynamic envelope that was barely 10 knots wide at altitude. All without the benefit of modern automation from computers or a support culture that encouraged open communications. In this environment, a momentary distraction or a delay in recognizing a systems issue could easily cascade into disaster, especially when crew members hesitated to speak up. It wasn't until the late 1970s, following disasters like the Tenerife runway collision and the crash of United Flight 173, that the aviation world took a hard look at cockpit culture. In 1979, a NASA workshop formally introduced Cockpit Resource Management, later renamed Crew Resource Management, to combat accidents caused not by mechanical failure, but by breakdowns in team coordination and pilot overload. We also call that task saturation. Today, CRM is a standard worldwide, but back in the B-47's heyday, the human machine was often expected to run at redline, alone and unaided. Now, because of these many factors, its design, its mission, its demands on the pilots, B-47 crews were tested to the very limits of what pilots could endure. In some ways, you could think of this as another contribution that the B-47 made to aviation, even if it was somewhat indirectly. Now, for those B-47 crews, unfortunately, the cost of getting things wrong, well, it showed up in SAC's accident reports. In just 2 years, 1957 and 1958, 49 B-47s crashed, killing 122 aircrew. That's nearly one major accident every 2 weeks in that 2-year period. The Air Force usually chalked it up to pilot error, but that was just the easy answer. The truth ran deeper. The problem wasn't just the pilots or even the aircraft's design. It was really the system. You see, the US Air Force was charging headfirst into the jet age with a World War II mindset. SAC was expanding at lightning speed, with new airframes being developed it seemed every 2 years. And the training pipeline, it just couldn't keep up. Pilots with limited jet time were being thrown into one of the most demanding aircraft ever built, flying around the clock in a high-stress, nuclear readiness posture. It really was the perfect storm. You had a brand new aircraft with brand new flight dynamics, a shrinking pool of experienced instructors, and a culture that hadn't yet caught up with the complexity of jet-powered operations. And unfortunately, it led to many deadly outcomes. But like most hard lessons, it eventually forced a change. The B-47's brutal service record forced the Air Force to modernize its training, safety procedures, and really its entire philosophy of airmanship. The jet age was here, and it demanded a different kind of pilot. Despite the training culture and procedures, we can't completely admonish the B-47 itself. For many crews, one of the most feared scenarios was losing an outboard engine during takeoff. Imagine this, you're accelerating down the runway at full throttle. Suddenly, one of the wingtip engines fails. Now remember, this is in the very early era of jet technology, so it was a lot more common than it is now. The result of that outboard engine failure? A violent roll and yaw that slams the aircraft towards the ground. Your instinct might be to use the ailerons to level the wings, but in the B-47, that could make it worse. Those flexible wings could twist and amplify the roll instead of correcting it. The only way to survive was immediate and correct rudder input. No hesitation, no second guesses. And that was just one of many dangers B-47 crews faced. Some incidents became legends among bomber crews. There's one story of a pilot whose canopy disintegrated at high altitude, blasting him with freezing winds and near impossible noise. He couldn't see and he really couldn't breathe, but somehow the co-pilot in the backseat took over and brought the jet home, earning the unforgettable nickname of the ultimate backseat driver. Then there's the chilling mystery of Inkspot 59. In 1956, the B-47 vanished over the Mediterranean during a routine mission. It disappeared without a trace. On board were nuclear weapon components, but no wreckage was ever recovered. To this day, its fate remains a Cold War enigma. It really reminds us of how high the stakes were every time one of those bombers left the ground. The Secret War, B-47 overflights. While most B-47s sat poised on alert as Cold War deterrents, a small number of Stratojets were flying straight into the storm. These were known as the B-47s, a high-stakes reconnaissance variant outfitted for a shadow war. Beneath their silver skin, these aircraft weren't hauling bombs. They were packing cameras, sensors, and signal interception gear. Some, like the B-47E, even carried high-resolution photographic equipment. Others, like the B-47H, were designed for a far riskier mission, electronic intelligence or ELINT. These jets weren't just watching from a distance, they were poking the bear. Their job? Fly quote-unquote ferret missions along and sometimes over the Soviet Union, baiting enemy air defenses into action. The idea here was to provoke a response, causing radar systems to light up, MiGs to scramble, and air defense networks activating. And while all that happened, the B-47s were listening, recording, and analyzing, mapping Soviet systems in real time. In some ways, these were the only B-47s to ever experience true combat, and their war was anything but cold. Flying these missions over the Arctic or the Pacific was incredibly dangerous. The Soviets, of course, didn't take kindly to these aerial intrusions, whether they happened in international airspace or not. Over the course of the B-47 program, at least 5 aircraft were fired upon and 3 were shot down. One incident in particular became infamous. Call sign, the Little Toy Dog. On 1 July 1960, just 2 months after the U-2 spy plane incident that captured worldwide attention, an B-47H, nicknamed the Little Toy Dog, took off on a mission near the Barents Sea, just off the Soviet Kola Peninsula. The jet, crewed by 6 Air Force officers, was conducting an electronic intelligence sweep, well outside Soviet airspace, according to US accounts. However, that didn't stop the Soviet Air Force. A MiG-19 closed in and without warning opened fire. Cannon shells ripped into the B-47, and the aircraft spiraled out of control and plunged into the sea. 4 of the 6 crew members were killed, Major William Palm and Captains Oscar Goforth, Dean Phillips, and Eugene Posa. All were in the rear electronic warfare compartment. The co-pilot, Captain Freeman Olmsted, and the navigator, Captain John McCone, ejected and were recovered, but not by a rescue team, but instead by a Soviet fishing trawler. Instead of being treated as military prisoners of war, They were taken to Moscow, locked inside the infamous Lubyanka prison, and interrogated by the KGB. In Soviet eyes, they weren't soldiers, they were spies. What followed was 7 months of psychological pressure, isolation, and relentless questioning. The specter of a show trial, or worse, execution, hung over both men daily. They became political chess pieces caught between the superpowers in a game that had no clear rules. But then, unexpectedly, a shift. In January 1961, just days after John F. Kennedy's inauguration, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev ordered their release in what was branded as a goodwill gesture. But the message was clear: America's reconnaissance war had its limits, and crossing them came at a deadly cost. The Cold War gets hot. While most people remember the bombers and bomber crews, in many ways the reconnaissance crews of the RB-47 flew more dangerous missions and saw more action than their bomber counterparts. The RB-47's missions were flown by uniformed Air Force crews under direct orders, yet they operated in a gray zone, somewhere between diplomacy, espionage, and war. For those brave crew members aboard the RB-47s, the Cold War wasn't about theory or posture. It was about dodging MiGs, flying blind through jamming fields, and hoping the intel was worth the risk. These reconnaissance crews flew without fanfare, often without backup, into the most dangerous airspace on Earth. And they did it knowing full well that if things went wrong, there'd be no medals, no headlines, just silence. Their courage and their losses defined a side of the B-47 story that few ever saw. But it's one that helped keep the Cold War from boiling over. And I'd really like to take a moment to recognize the RB-47 crews and all REC crews who flew dangerous and unglamorous missions. Thank you. The breaking point and the milk bottle fix. Getting back to the B-47's operational service, remember that the B-47 was never meant to fly low and fast through the weeds. Instead, it was designed to slice through that calm stratosphere, where the air was thin and smooth, usually. Its long, flexible wings were optimized for that high-altitude speed and efficiency. Now that gave it elegance at 40,000 feet, but at 400 feet, well, those same wings became a liability. So when the mission changed, when Strategic Air Command ordered its sleek high-altitude bomber to go low and get dirty, the airframe entered a regime it was never designed to survive. The violent turbulence of low-level flight combined with those radical maneuvers like pop-up attacks and labs toss bombing began to exact a hidden toll. And well, in the spring of 1958, that toll came due. In a matter of weeks, multiple B-47s broke apart in midair. There were no distress calls, no visible warnings, just clean, catastrophic disintegration. These weren't pilot errors or engine failures. These were structural deaths, the aircraft quite literally tearing itself apart under stress that it was never meant to endure. It appeared that the heart of America's nuclear deterrent had developed a fatal flaw. Enter Project Milk Bottle. Faced with the terrifying possibility that this entire bomber fleet might be unsafe, the Air Force grounded the B-47 fleet and launched an emergency engineering response, known as Project Milk Bottle. Now the name came from a critical component deep inside the bomber's structure, a large bottle-shaped steel pin that weighed about 25 pounds each. These were responsible for connecting the wings to the fuselage. These milk bottle pins were absorbing far more punishment than expected, and under the brutal vibrating loads of low-altitude flight, well, they were cracking. And if those pins failed, well, the wings just went with them. So naturally, every B-47 in the fleet had to be inspected. Its wing mounts were reinforced, and its longerons, those are the main fuselage support beams, were reworked. In some cases, entire structures were redesigned. To verify the repairs, test airframes were tortured in ground-based rigs, literally bent and flexed thousands of times to simulate years of flight in a matter of weeks. While it was brutal and expensive, it did work. the B-47 fleet was saved for now. But behind the quick fix was a deeper truth. The old way of designing aircraft was broken. From steel pins to systemic change. For decades, aircraft designers followed a simple formula. Build it strong, test it statically, and add a safety buffer. Now, that approach had worked fine in the propeller era, but jets, especially ones flying extreme profiles like the B-47, well, they introduced new stressors, dynamic loads, vibration harmonics, and fatigue cycles that didn't show up in static testing. In yet another contribution to aviation, the B-47's near-death experience became the wake-up call that changed how aircraft are designed forever. From its ashes rose the Aircraft Structural Integrity Program, or ASIP, a revolutionary new framework that went far beyond steel and rivets. ASIP introduced life cycle tracking, fatigue modeling, stress-specific flight hour logs, and ongoing structural health monitoring. In short, it really treated the aircraft like a living system, not just a machine. Think of it like going to the doctors for a checkup. Now, what began as a desperate repair program to keep a Cold War bomber in the air evolved into a permanent part of U.S. military aviation. Essentially, every Air Force aircraft since, from the F-111 Aardvark to today's F-35 Lightning, has been shaped by ASIP's lessons. Sidebar: rocket-assisted takeoff. When heavily loaded or on short runways, the B-47 sometimes used rocket-assisted takeoff, or RATO. These were solid fuel boosters that were mounted near the fuselage and fired alongside the jets, launching the aircraft skyward with explosive force. It was loud, intense, and necessary, giving the Stratojet the extra muscle to get airborne under Cold War conditions. Legacy and conclusion. Nothing lasts forever. And of course, the B-47 Stratojet didn't fly forever. By the early 1960s, its reign as the backbone of Strategic Air Command was nearing its end. So many lessons that were learned on the B-47 were directly applied to the B-52 Stratofortress. With its 8 engines and longer range, the Buff was stepping in to take the crown. And at the same time, a new form of nuclear deterrence was rising. Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles, or ICBMs. Always ready, always on alert, and really impossible to intercept in large numbers. By 1966, the last B-47 bombers were retired from SAC service. Now, a few kept flying. They were converted into reconnaissance planes, weather platforms, and test beds for exotic systems. But even those were slowly phased out when the final flight of a B-47 came on 17 June 1986, when a restored B-47E made one last journey to Castle Air Force Base, not as a weapon, but as a museum piece. But here's the twist: the B-47's real legacy ultimately had nothing to do with bombs. The DNA of the jet age. What the Stratojet truly gave the world was a blueprint. Those 35-degree swept wings, those potted engines underneath the wings, and its sleek aerodynamic fuselage. They weren't clever ideas. They become foundational truths about how fast high-flying jets should be built. And it worked so well, it became the standard. Boeing, of course, took the B-47's innovations and baked them into their next project. We've already mentioned the B-52, but those lessons also went into the KC-135 Stratotanker, both of which still fly to this day, some 70 years later. But then the engineers at Boeing, well, they went a step further. In one of the boldest moves in aviation history, Boeing gambled on a civilian prototype, the Model 367-80. It was sleek, swept, and unmistakably descended from the Stratojet. That prototype became the Boeing 707, the aircraft that kicked off the jet age for commercial aviation and made Boeing a household name around the globe. In some ways, you could say that the B-47 was the best R&D investment the US government ever made. because it accidentally helped create the modern jet airliner. A beautiful, dangerous machine. In the end, the Stratojet really is a paradox. It was and is breathtaking to look at. More fighter in appearance than bomber. It was an aircraft that looked fast even when parked. The Stratojet was futuristic, elegant, and deadly, and it stood guard during the Cold War's tensest years, ready to strike with nuclear force. But it was also a harsh teacher, a demanding machine that punished mistakes and exposed weaknesses, both mechanical and human. Hundreds of aircrew paid the ultimate price for pushing this aircraft and its systems to their limits. But I'd like to think that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. It forced the Air Force to evolve, to modernize, to build a culture of safety and systems thinking that still endures. Today, just over 20 of the more than 2,000 B-47s built survive. They're scattered across museum grounds from the National Museum of the U.S. Air Force to the SAC Aerospace Museum. Sadly, none of them fly. Their engines are silent, and those wings, well, they no longer flex. In the end, the B-47 was a jet that didn't just chase the future, it defined it. So maybe the next time you look up in the sky or when you're at the airport, remember that forgotten bomber that all modern airlines share their DNA with, the Stratojet. Can an airplane really serve for 100 years? The mighty B-52 Stratofortress, better known as the Buff, might be the first to pull it off. This 8-engine giant first flew in 1952, and the newest one rolled off the assembly line all the way back in 1962. And that's back when Kennedy was still president. Over the decades, the B-52 has become so iconic that it's carved out a place not just in military history, but in pop culture itself. And part of its staying power comes down to something no designer could have predicted. The fortunate timing of world events, evolving missions, and shifting technologies that kept making the Buff the right answer again and again. So how and why can this Cold War bomber that's already pushing 75 years old still be flying combat missions? What makes it so special? And how long will the Air Force keep flying and upgrading this massive deliverer of steel rain from the sky? In today's video, we're going to unpack the origins of this bomber, why it keeps outlasting every aircraft meant to replace it, and when the final Buff sortie will be flown. So strap in, because this isn't your granddaddy's Buff. This is the story of a legend that just might outlive us all. Without a doubt, the B-52 has defied every expectation placed upon it. But things didn't start out well for the Stratofortress, and we'll get into that in a moment. Known for generations of air crews as the Buff, short for big, ugly, fat, the nickname reflects the aircraft's unmistakable shape and enormous presence. Yet, what that nickname also reveals is its affection, respect, and a touch of awe. After all, few aircraft can claim to have changed the course of wars, shaped deterrence strategy for decades, and survived long enough to receive a complete technological rebirth. The designers who dreamed up what would become the B-52 had no idea just how long their creation would fly. So let's go all the way back to the beginning to see how we got here. The story of what would become the B-52 begins in 1946, just after World War II, when tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union were rising fast. The US Army Air Forces knew that the next war would not be fought with propeller bombers. They needed something new, something that could take off from American soil, fly halfway across the world, deliver nuclear payload, and return home without landing overseas. Other bombers like the B-21 and the B-50 no longer had the range. Even the enormous B-36 Peacemaker, a hybrid prop and jet aircraft, was becoming vulnerable to Soviet jet interceptors. And while the Peacemaker had the range, it didn't have the speed. I've done an entire video on the Peacemaker, check it out after this one, link below. Because of the advances in Soviet air defenses, the United States needed a bomber that could fly higher, faster, farther, and carry more weapons than anything that had existed before it. But the B-52 didn't come from nowhere. The roots of the Stratofortress actually reach back to the B-47 Stratojet, which Boeing began designing in 1943 and refined through the end of World War II. By 1946, the B-47's final swept-wing potted engine layout was set. And when it first flew in 1947, it proved that this radical new approach to jet bombers actually worked. Today, the B-47 is a largely forgotten bomber, despite over 2,000 examples having been built. Even as the Stratojet was ramping up to become the next bomber, Boeing had already begun sketching the earliest versions of the B-52 back in 1946. But the problem was, many designers were stuck in the propeller days. Those first turboprop concepts quickly fell behind the pace of aviation, since the jet age was in full swing by this time. As the B-47 test flights in 1947 and 1948 validated swept wings and the bicycle landing gear, the B-52 program did what any good design team does. They pivoted, but there was some resistance. Inside Boeing, you could feel the tension between the old school engineers who trusted the familiar heartbeat of propellers and the new generation pushing for sleek, swept-wing jet bombers that looked like they belonged to a different century. The effort to build the biggest, fastest, longest-range bomber appeared to be stuck in a quagmire. Then came the all-nighter that changed everything. In 1948, a small team of Boeing engineers gathered for a late-night design session that has since become legend among aircraft historians. After countless sketches, proposals, counter-proposals, and likely many arguments throughout the night, the team had arrived at a final design. It was literally a sketch on a piece of paper. Now, they took some of those early lessons from the B-47 while leaping far beyond them. The team had sketched out a bold new concept: 8 jet engines grouped into 4 twin pods mounted under long, swept wings. That rough drawing, penciled out after hours of debate and revision, promised greater speed, higher ceilings, massive fuel capacity, and marked the birth of the B-52's iconic layout. But the challenges were only beginning for the Boeing team. Switching to a fully jet-powered aircraft introduced major engineering obstacles. Jet engines consumed fuel at high rates, and that forced Boeing to design wings that were capable of supporting enormous fuel capacity without sacrificing performance. The wings were made long and highly flexible to provide lift and reduce drag, but their flexibility created challenges on the ground. Traditional landing gear would risk wing strikes. So Boeing took that same bicycle-style landing gear that also had small outrigger wheels at the tips from the B-47. Engineers also had to integrate advanced navigation systems, bombing computers, and communication equipment suitable for missions that would last many hours. The process required continuous innovation in aerodynamics, structure, and avionics. And this resulted in an aircraft that broke new ground in aviation design. After months of designing and trial and error, it was time to test that design in the ultimate proving ground, an actual test flight, which was planned for the XB-52. When the day of the first flight of the Stratofortress came, it was not to be the XB-52. While designed and planned to fly first, a hydraulic failure on the runway prevented the XB-52 from taking off. And so the milestone was shifted to the YB-52. That's when, on 15 April 1952, Boeing test pilot Tex Johnson, yes, the same Tex Johnson that would barrel roll the 707 prototype, along with Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Guy Townsend, lifted the YB-52 into the air for a nearly 3-hour flight that immediately validated the aircraft's design. Despite its size and 8-engine layout, the bomber climbed smoothly and responded with surprising agility, confirming that the swept wing configuration worked as intended. Those early test flights that followed focused on evaluating engine performance, fuel flow, wing flexibility, and the behavior of the bicycle-style landing gear, which forced pilots to think ahead about crosswinds and landing attitude. And that came straight out of the B-47's playbook. In many ways, the Buff wasn't a clean break from the past, but a refined, supersized evolution of Boeing's earlier Stratojet design. Seriously, like a famous comedian, the Stratojet just doesn't get any respect. In the years that followed, the B-52 evolved quickly. Each variant refined the bomber and pushed it closer to the aircraft we know today. Let's walk through that evolution now. It all began, of course, in 1951 with that XB-52 prototype. That introduced the swept wing layout and the 8-engine configuration. Then came the YB-52 in 1952, which, as we've seen, was the first to fly and validated the entire concept. In 1954, we got the B-52A. This added a side-by-side cockpit and aerial refueling capability. By 1955, we got the B-52B, which was the first fully operational model and became the backbone of early nuclear deterrence. A strengthened fuselage and larger fuel tanks for longer range gave us the B-52C, which was introduced in 1956. Now the B-52D came next, and this is an interesting one. While it was first introduced in 1956, it was further modified in 1966, just in time for the Vietnam War. The 1966 modifications included Project Big Belly, which allowed the Buff to carry massive conventional bombs. More on that in a moment. Getting back to the variants, after the B-52D came the E model in 1957, which introduced better navigation and bombing systems. Following that came the B-52F in 1958, and that introduced upgraded engines for hotter climates and improved reliability. The B-52G introduced some interesting modifications. First flown in 1959, it incorporated a shorter vertical tail because Boeing discovered that the earlier tall tail design created structural and stability problems at high speeds and low altitudes. Now, as Soviet defenses improved during the Cold War, the Buff had shifted into low-level penetration missions. This required the bomber to fly fast and skim the terrain to avoid radar. With the original tail fin, it just simply flexed too much and was vulnerable to turbulence and gust loads. After all, the airflow down in the weeds was brutal, and that big vertical tail acted like a giant sail. So Boeing redesigned it with a shorter vertical stabilizer, which reduced bending forces and structural stress. Along with that, they went ahead and added a stronger, redesigned structure that was better suited for high-speed, low-altitude flight. And that gave the Buff improved handling and survivability, especially if the aircraft lost an engine. And of course, that now distinct shortened tail was less elegant maybe, but it was far better suited for the nuclear strike tactics of its era. And then came the B-52H, introduced in 1961. This variant added the TF-33 turbofan engines, which had reduced fuel burn and gave the Buff improved range. This is actually the variant that's still flying to this day. Alright, now that we've walked through the whole Buff lineup, let's get into what really matters. What this airplane actually did out in the world, and how it earned its reputation one mission at a time. Along the way, we'll point out the moments of luck and timing that help keep the Buff in service long after anyone expected. The first operational mission of the Stratofortress took place soon after it entered service in 1955. It was actually the B-52B which conducted its first major long-range operational readiness mission back in early 1956. This marked the beginning of the Buff's career as America's primary airborne nuclear deterrent. Those initial missions were designed to test the bomber's ability to execute intercontinental nuclear delivery profiles, which meant flying thousands of miles, completing multiple aerial refuelings, and navigating over long distances at high altitudes. And even though the aircraft didn't drop weapons in its first mission, it was treated as the Buff's true operational debut because it validated the core requirement the bomber was built for. Engineers and crews evaluated fuel flow accuracy, radar navigation performance, engine reliability, and long-duration flight characteristics. These results confirmed that the B-52 could reach global targets directly from the United States, something that most earlier bombers could not accomplish without forward staging bases. Furthermore, this first large-scale mission reassured military planners that the Stratofortress could maintain a credible nuclear strike capability. And remember, this was in an era when long-range ballistic missiles were still in their infancy. The ability of the B-52 to carry a heavy payload across continents was critical. From this point onward, the aircraft became the backbone of Strategic Air Command's nuclear alert rotations, often standing on the ramp fully fueled, armed, and ready to launch with almost no warning. But the B-52 did more than fly demo runs. Over the decades, a handful of pivotal missions carved its place into air power history. One of the earliest and most dramatic was Operation Chrome Dome, which kicked off in 1960. This highly ambitious, grueling Cold War operation taxed both crews and airframes to the limit. B-52s were armed with nuclear weapons and flew continuous airborne alert routes, keeping a literal round-the-clock deterrent in the sky. These flights would ensure that a portion of the United States nuclear deterrent force was always airborne and therefore immune to a surprise attack. Now you can imagine, these operations required incredible endurance from the aircraft and the crews, and it demonstrated the Buff's ability to remain airborne for long periods. But the operation was not without its setbacks, and in one case, disaster. In 1966, a major accident occurred during a Chrome Dome mission near Palomares, Spain. A Buff collided with a KC-135 tanker during refueling, releasing several nuclear bombs over land and sea. Although none of the bombs thankfully detonated, the accident triggered significant shifts in nuclear alert policy. Continuous airborne alert missions were eventually discontinued to reduce risk. But as the Cold War wore on and the space race was in full swing, intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs, became more effective and numerous. With the prevailing missile theory of the late 50s and early 60s, it started to look like the Buff's days were numbered. But then, the first in a series of lucky breaks came to the B-52. In 1965, with the Vietnam War picking up steam, the Stratofortress would be converted to drop conventional or iron bombs. This effort became known as Operation Arclight and was intended to support ground troops and interdict enemy supply networks by dropping tons of bombs. The B-52Ds that were involved were modified under the Big Belly program, which greatly enhanced its already enormous bomb capacity. These missions changed the battlefield by delivering heavy firepower precisely, or at least more or less, where the troops needed it. And you could argue that the Buff's most intense and historically significant mission of the Vietnam War occurred in 1972 during Operation Linebacker 2. Also known as the Christmas bombings, this 11-day campaign involved concentrated airstrikes against strategic military and industrial targets in North Vietnam. But it wasn't without cost. During Linebacker 2, the Buffs suffered losses that were mostly due to predictable routes. Yet the operation ultimately achieved its objective. By adjusting their tactics, the B-52 crews were able to carry out their remaining missions more effectively. Those B-52 strikes and overwhelming firepower pressured North Vietnam to return to the negotiating table, ultimately contributing to the signing of the Paris Peace Accords. Linebacker 2, along with the Buff's nuclear capability, cemented the Stratofortress as one of the most influential strategic aircraft of the Cold War. Later, the aircraft would continue to prove its relevance in modern wars. For example, during Operation Desert Storm in 1991, B-52Gs flew one of the longest combat missions in aviation history, launching from Barksdale Air Force Base, striking targets in Iraq, and returning home 35 hours later. Can you just imagine that jet lag? The Buff delivered a substantial portion of all bombs dropped during the conflict. In fact, when Stratofortresses would show up to drop their steel rain during the first Gulf War, it had a definite psychological impact. Many Iraqi units chose to surrender after experiencing the shockwaves that were produced by high-altitude B-52 strikes. The aircraft's long endurance and ability to release massive bomb loads made it a decisive asset during the campaign. In 1999, the Stratofortress took place in Operation Allied Force, using precision-guided bombs against Serbian military targets, demonstrating its adaptation to modern precision strike warfare. And say what you want about the Buff's lack of stealth, there were no B-52s shot down in that campaign, unlike the F-117. Sorry, Nighthawk, we still love you though. During the early 2000s, the Buff would evolve and then demonstrate its evolution into a precision strike platform. With JDAM guided bombs, the aircraft would hit fortified mountain locations, cave networks, and enemy command centers. Its long loiter capability and range allowed it to support troops on the ground by delivering rapid and accurate fire when needed. More specifically, the Stratofortress would play crucial roles in Operation Enduring Freedom in 2001 and Operation Iraqi Freedom, or the Second Gulf War, in 2003. And also during Operation Inherent Resolve, which spanned from 2015 to 2019. In both those campaigns, the B-52 showed again and again that long-range, persistent air support was possible, while also delivering those precision weapons against insurgent targets. These missions highlighted how the Stratofortress remained adaptable through successive generations of warfare. Now, so far, we've mostly highlighted the Buff's conventional weapons, but what about its nuclear capability? The B-52 has been tasked with this role almost since its beginning in the 1950s, and surprisingly, it still maintains that role to this day. And once again, it's been because of a little bit of timing and luck. Let's go back to the early 1960s. The Air Force is pouring its hope into the sleek, needle-nosed B-58 Hustler. It's faster than anything else with a crew cabin, Mach 2 speeds, polished aluminum, and more cutting-edge engineering than the Buff had ever dreamed of. The Hustler looked like the future, yet it was expensive to maintain, temperamental to fly, and carried a nuclear payload that demanded perfection in an imperfect world. Meanwhile, the B-52 just kept lumbering along. It could haul more bombs, stay airborne longer, and operate from more bases with far less fuss. Within a decade, the Hustler was retired, and the Buff remained proven, reliable, and already adapting to new missions. Then came the B-70 Valkyrie, a bomber so futuristic it looked like it belonged on the cover of a pulp sci-fi magazine. Designed to scream through the stratosphere at Mach 3, it promised to make everything that came before it obsolete, including the B-52. But the world changed faster than the program could keep up. Soviet air defenses evolved, surface-to-air missiles rendered extreme altitude bombing suicidal basically, and the B-70's cost became impossible to justify. The Valkyrie died on the drawing board, with only 2 prototypes ever built and 1 destroyed in a tragic accident. Once again, the old Buff, slow, steady, and adaptable, was still on the ramp, still flying, and still relevant. And then there's the B-1 Lancer. After being initially cancelled, it finally entered service in the mid-1980s, and it was supposed to shoulder the nuclear deterrence mission that had been the B-52's bread and butter since the Cold War began. But the B-1 fully never replaced the Buff. Fortunately for the Buff and unfortunately for the Lancer, the Soviets really feared the B-1. Because of this, arms control treaties specifically called out the B-1, and the Lancer would go on to lose its nuclear mission entirely. The B-52, on the other hand, kept its place in the nuclear triad, carrying cruise missiles, nukes, maintaining alert status, and evolving with every generation of standoff weapon. In a twist no one expected, the younger jet had handed the crown right back to its elder. But what about the B-2 Spirit? Well, while the Spirit is nuclear capable and stealthy on levels that the B-52 could only ever dream of, the B-2 was itself a victim of bad timing. Being unveiled at the very end of the Cold War, the B-2's production was severely cut short to pay the peace dividend. With only 21 examples ever built, the B-2 became the surgical strike weapon for very specific and sensitive operations, while the B-52 would just continue to shoulder the majority of the airborne nuclear threat. Through it all, the rise and fall of faster, sleeker, more advanced bombers, the B-52 survived not because it was the most glamorous, but because it was the most useful. Adaptable, affordable, reliable. Just like your granddaddy's pickup truck. The bomber that was supposed to be temporary became the bomber that outlived everything built to replace it. And it's still not done. Many B-52 missions never appeared in public reports, but were essential to national security. During the Cold War, some of these aircraft would conduct electronic reconnaissance, ocean surveillance, radar mapping flights, and other efforts to support intelligence gathering. These missions helped identify early emerging threats and redefine targeting strategies. Now, it wasn't always about flying high and fast. Low-altitude penetration training in the 1970s and 1980s would prepare crews for nuclear strike scenarios by teaching them how to fly very low to avoid radar detection. These intense training missions were physically demanding and required precise flying skills. The Buff has also performed show-of-force passes in Afghanistan and Iraq, where its presence alone often caused enemy forces to retreat or disperse. But what if I told you that the Buff was also a scientist? The B-52's legacy goes far beyond bombing. The Stratofortress has contributed significantly to aerospace research. It has served as a launch platform for the X-15 rocket plane, which supported hypersonic and spaceflight experiments that shaped early American space exploration. It's also performed mine laying, maritime patrol, and communications relay missions. Now, more recently, the B-52 has taken part in hypersonic missile testing and new radar system trials. Its large airframe and excellent endurance make it ideal for carrying large experimental payloads and advanced weapons. And now, here's the thing. If all the B-52s were grounded tomorrow and never flew again, it would still be one of the most important aircraft ever to fly. But what if I told you the Buff may be halfway through its service life? Right now, the Air Force is deep into the biggest upgrade the bomber has seen since it first flew. New Rolls-Royce F-130 engines are set to replace those smoky TF-33s. This will give the B-52 more range, better fuel efficiency, and modern reliability. A brand new AESA radar which is derived from the same tech flying in frontline fighters, will overhaul targeting and situational awareness. Updated avionics, digital displays, and new communication suites are bringing the cockpit well into the 21st century. And looking ahead, the buff is being wired for the next generation of standoff weapons. Hypersonic systems like the Wave Rider, along with smart cruise missiles, will help keep it relevant in a high-end conflict. When all these upgrades come together, we're not just extending the buff's life, we're transforming it into a modern missile truck designed to operate well into the 2050s and possibly beyond. Now, you're probably wondering where the B-21 Raider fits into all of this. Well, surprisingly, it does and it doesn't. You see, the Raider, a 6th generation bomber, is set to replace the B-2 Spirit, and in much greater numbers. While today there are only 19 active B-2s, the Pentagon plans on purchasing between 100 to 200 Raiders. But these are meant to replace the B-2, not the B-52, at least not at first. The buff will continue to serve not as a deep penetrating bomber meant to fly into heavily defended airspace, but as a standoff platform that can lob insane amounts of firepower at long ranges. Hypersonic missiles like the Wave Rider come to mind. What other modern standoff weapons or drones could the B-52 carry? Comment below. So how long will the B-52 fly? Before we answer that, we need to look at how those who have flown, served aboard, or maintained the buff remember it. A rugged, get-the-job-done kind of an aircraft. Pilots have described it as dependable and predictable, while ground crews respected its straightforward design and mechanical resilience. For decades, commanders have valued the buff because it has always delivered results. The buff is much more than just a military aircraft. It's now actually embedded in American culture. It's appeared in films, documentaries, museums, air shows, and veteran stories. There is even a band that's been named after the airplane, and they sing songs about lobsters and tin roof shacks. Maybe you've heard of them. At the end of the day, the B-52 will be remembered as a machine that defined, then outlived eras, shaped strategic thinking, and influenced generations of pilots and aircraft designers. Even as the B-21 Raider rises to eventually take to the forefront, the legacy of the B-52 will remain unshaken. It will be remembered as the bomber that carried the weight of decades, adapted to every mission, and earned its place among the greatest aircraft ever built. And to finally answer that question, how long will the B-52 serve? Well, here's my bold prediction. When the last B-21 Raider is finally retired, decades from now, a pair of B-52s will overfly the ceremony and remind everyone who their great-granddaddy is. The Convair B-58 Hustler was the world's first operational Mach 2 bomber. Designed to fly high and fast to quickly penetrate the Soviet Union's defenses and deliver its nuclear payload, the B-58 served for nearly a decade from March of 1960 until January of 1970. Everything about the B-58 was designed for speed. Its narrow fuselage with the 3 crew members sitting in tandem, a delta wing, and surprisingly the lack of a bomb bay. Ordnance was carried in an external streamlined pod which housed the bombs and additional fuel. Unfortunately, almost as soon as it was introduced, the Soviets had developed high-altitude surface-to-air missiles to counter the Hustler. This caused the B-58 to adapt and employ low-level air defense penetration techniques, which both limited its range and strategic value. Despite this, the B-58 remains an iconic and memorable aircraft, having set some 19 world records, some of which still stand today. Here are some quick specifications for the Convair B-58 Hustler. Length, 96 feet 10 inches. Height, 29 feet 11 inches. Wingspan, 56 feet 9 inches. Maximum speed, Mach 2. Empty weight, 55,560 pounds. Maximum takeoff weight, 176,890 pounds. Range, 4,100 nautical miles. Engines, each General Electric J79GE5A afterburning turbojet produces 10,400 pounds of thrust dry or 15,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. Like many bombers of the era, the B-58 made use of a tailgun to defend against fighters. In this case, the B-58 was armed with a single General Electric T171E3 Vulcan 20mm rotary cannon. The cannon was remotely controlled and only required the defensive systems officer to lock a target and then fire the gun. The fire control system would then compute aiming, range, and velocity and engage the target. The B-58's main armament was of course nuclear bombs. The Hustler could carry a single Mark 39 or B-53 nuclear bomb in the weapons pod. To navigate to the target, the B-58 used a sophisticated internal navigation system along with the KS-39 Star Tracker, which was an Astro internal navigation system. To calculate the bomb release point, a Doppler radar, search radar, and radar altimeter were used. Later versions of the B-58 employed sub-pylons on either side of the centerline pod, allowing the Hustler to take 4 additional B-43s or B-61s, bringing the total payload to 5 nuclear bombs. The maximum weapons load was 19,450 pounds, and while the B-58 never carried conventional bombs, it did equip a photo reconnaissance pod and the High Virgo air-launched ballistic missile. The B-58 carried out 4 test launches of the High Virgo to determine anti-satellite and ballistic missile systems capabilities. The need for a supersonic bomber arose as the Cold War was just beginning. In 1949, the Air Research and Development Command at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base issued the Generalized Bomber Study, or GEBO-2. Incredibly, this requirement for a supersonic bomber came just 2 years after the sound barrier was broken by Chuck Yeager in the X-1. In spite of the challenges, several companies submitted proposals including Convair, Boeing, Cutlass, Douglas, North American, and Martin. Most of the initial proposals made use of a delta wing design. This was for several reasons, namely a delta wing offered more internal volume for fuel and support systems, while also providing low wing loading and permitting supersonic flight in the 50 to 70,000 foot altitude range. The competition was trimmed down to 2 finalists, Boeing's MX-1712 and Convair's MX-1626. And while Boeing's submission was viewed as just as good as Convair's, the Air Force ultimately went with the Convair design, as Boeing had just begun production on the B-52. Some felt that it was better to diversify the production of strategic bombers to several manufacturers rather than to just one company. Still, Convair had experience with delta-winged aircraft such as the XF-92A, which would lead to the F-102 and F-106 fighters. In February of 1953, the contract for the Convair design was issued, with the bomber being designated as the B-58. The initial contract was modified to include a couple of ex-B-58 prototypes, along with 11 YB-58A pre-production models and some 31 mission pods, which included a rocket-propelled controllable bomb pod, a free-fall bomb pod, and an electronic reconnaissance pod. On 11 November 1956, the B-58 took its first flight after being assembled under a veil of secrecy. In fact, the project was so secret that no unauthorized personnel had knowledge of its basic configuration or shape. On 30 December 1956, the B-58 exceeded Mach 1 for the first time. The B-58 pushed the technology of its time to the limit. The flight test and evaluation programs ultimately involved some 30 aircraft and would run through April of 1959. The B-58's Mach 2 speeds were made possible by its delta wing, which had a leading edge sweep of 60 degrees. At these high speeds, significant amounts of heat is generated. To counteract this, the Hustler's crew compartment, wheel wells, and electronics were all pressurized and air-conditioned. Additionally, the B-58 made use of one of the first extensive applications of aluminum honeycomb panels, a process which bonds the outer and inner aluminum skins to a honeycomb of fiberglass. The engine nacelles were unlike any found on aircraft of the time, and the engine inlets used moving conical spikes which were fully aft on the ground and would be driven forward at high speeds. These movements were automatically controlled. The 3-man crew consisted of a pilot, a bombardier navigator, and a defensive systems operator, seating in tandem in separate cockpits. Later versions of the Hustler added an ejection capsule for each crew member, which allowed for ejections as high as 70,000 feet and at speeds of up to Mach 2. The capsule would enclose the crew member in a protective clamshell and could be used as a life raft. The electronic systems and controls were also advanced for its time, and even featured a first-of-its-kind automatic message and warning system using tape. During the era of all-male flight crews, research showed that a woman's voice would gain the attention of young men in distracting or stressful situations. The B-58 crews dubbed the voice Sexy Sally, a far cry from the current voice warning systems of today, which have been referred to as Bitching Betty or Nagging Nora. Just 9 months after the first B-58 was delivered to the Air Force, the Hustler was declared operational in August of 1960. A month later, a lone B-58 participated in the annual Strategic Air Command or SAC competition, and proved to be superior to the B-47 and B-52, winning first place in both the high and low altitude bombing exercises. Despite its incredible performance, the B-58 proved to be a difficult aircraft to fly. In fact, new Hustler pilots trained on the Convair F-102 Delta Dagger before graduating to the TB-58A trainer. Two SAC bomb wings would operate the B-58 during its operational service, the 43rd and the 305th Bombardment Wings. The 305th also operated the B-58's Combat Crew Training School. After overcoming some early problems and internal resistance from some general officers, the B-58's standing had solidified within SAC. However, with the Soviets' introduction of the SA-2 Guideline surface-to-air missile, the B-58's tactics were changed to fly at low altitude. Due to the denser air at low altitudes, the B-58 could not fly supersonic and its range was reduced, negating its designed advantages. As a result, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara decided that the B-58 was not a viable weapons system. In 1965, McNamara ordered the retirement of the B-58, citing the principal reason being the high sustainment costs of the Hustler fleet. The last B-58s were retired in January of 1970, just under 10 years after entering service. The remaining fleet survived intact until 1977, when most were sold to Southwestern Alloys for scrap. Today, there are 8 remaining B-58s on display at several museums. The B-58 was replaced by the FB-111A, which was designed for low-level attack and was less expensive to maintain. During its brief operational life, several variants of the B-58 were built and proposed. The examples that were built include 2 of the prototype XB-58s, 11 of the YB-58A pre-production aircraft, the production B-58As of which 86 were built, the trainer version TB-58A of which 8 were converted to from the B-58A, the NB-58A, which was a converted YB-58A used to test the GE J93 engine, which was intended for the XB-70 Valkyrie, and the RB-58A reconnaissance version, of which 17 were built. The remaining variants were unbuilt concept aircraft, including the B-58B, which was to be larger and faster than the B-58A. The B version would have included upgraded J79 GE9 engines, canards, extra fuel, and the ability to carry conventional weapons. The B-58B was also intended to carry a parasite aircraft known as the Fish, or First Invisible Super Hustler, which was a Mach 4 aircraft launched from the B-58B. The B-58C was a proposed, less expensive alternative to the XB-70 Valkyrie, and would have used the same engines as the SR-71, the J-58s. 2 and 4 engine versions of the B-58C were designed. Estimates had the C version attaining Mach 3 speeds and supercruising at Mach 2. The B-58D was a proposed interceptor version of the Hustler, and the B-58E was to be a multi-mission variant and armed with multiple air-launched ballistic missiles or ALBMs. And finally, the Convair Model 58-9 was a proposed supersonic transport. Designed to carry 58 passengers at Mach 2 plus speeds, the aircraft represented Convair's entry into the National Supersonic Transport Program. Legacy. The B-58 was a revolutionary aircraft and may be ahead of its time. During the course of its service, the Hustler set 19 world records, which included the longest supersonic flight in history, from Tokyo to London in just over 8 hours and 35 minutes. The aircraft used for this flight was part of an operational unit and received no modifications aside from being washed and waxed. The operation and aircraft were dubbed Grease Lightning and averaged 938 miles per hour, despite 15 air-to-air refuelings and one of the afterburners malfunctioning for the last hour of the flight. The Hustler also won the Bendix, Blériot, Harmon, McKay, and Thompson aerospace trophies. Still, the B-58 also had a disproportionately high accident rate. Some 26 B-58s were lost in accidents, representing just over 22% of total production. This, along with a high cost to maintain, did not help the Hustler's chances for long-term service. What do you think? Was the B-58 ahead of its time? Was it a misunderstood platform? Could the B-58 have served longer with advancements in electronics and composites? Let me know in the comments below. Let's take a look at what was to be the ultimate high-speed, high-altitude, and last manned strategic bomber, the XB-70 Valkyrie, an aircraft which still looks futuristic even today. The Valkyrie was a Mach 3 bomber which flew at 70,000 feet, rode its own shockwave, and almost wasn't built. Changing technologies and advancements in weapon systems nearly doomed this aircraft to just a concept design. Faced with numerous challenges and setbacks, the Valkyrie was built and flown just for a completely different purpose from which it was designed. Today we will take a look at the Valkyrie's story and the legacy it leaves behind. To understand the Valkyrie, we need to understand the circumstances that led to its inception. The Cold War was perhaps the deadliest chess game ever played on the world stage. Decades of move and counter-move, each advancement leading to a direct counter in order to neutralize the newfound advantage. This dangerous game was most evident in strategic bombers. By the early 1950s, bombers had become larger and larger out of necessity. They had to traverse the great distances from the United States to the Soviet Union and deliver nuclear payloads, which weighed tons. From this, two designs emerged: the B-52, which could fly high and far but not fast, and the B-58 Hustler, which could fly fast but not over great distances. Additionally, Soviet interceptors were becoming faster and capable of higher altitudes. The Air Force needed a counter, a bomber that could fly high, fly far, and fly fast. In 1955, the U.S. Air Force issued General Operational Requirement No. 38 for a new bomber, which combined the payload and range of the B-52 along with the speed of the B-58 Hustler. Two companies entered this competition, Boeing and North American Aviation, and interestingly, both initially implemented a similar design strategy, an aircraft which made use of huge wing sections with fuel tanks that could be jettisoned after the fuel was depleted. For context, each of these sections was to be the size of a B-47 medium bomber. The remaining wing was trapezoidal in shape, which at the time was the highest performance platform known, as seen on the F-104 Starfighter. The Starfighter would be forever linked to the Valkyrie, more on that later. As development continued, it was found that a narrow delta wing was the preferred platform for supersonic flight. Along with this, engines were becoming better able to cope with higher temperatures, along with varying intake ramps which allowed for sustained supersonic flight. The designers at North American took things a step further by taking advantage of what became known as compression lift. By using the shockwaves generated from sharp points on an aircraft such as the nose, high pressure can be generated which results in increased lift. This explains why the aircraft that would become the Valkyrie would make use of highly angled surfaces, especially at the engine inlets. These design implementations increased lift by as much as 30% as a result. North American also made a key design decision by placing the engines in a single large duct under the fuselage. This streamlined the design further as compared to engine pods, which were common on other bombers of the time. To power the design, North American went with 6 General Electric YJ93 GE3 afterburning turbojets, each which could produce 28,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. It turns out these improvements almost worked too well. The prototype was almost too fast. As speed increases, the center of pressure or average lift point moves rearward, causing instability. Therefore, you have the classic components of a negative feedback loop. Increase speed, nose pitches up. Add trim, nose pitches down, introducing control surfaces into the airflow, causing more drag and slowing you down. To solve this, the engineers at North American modified the wings. By enabling the wing tips to be lowered or drooped at high speeds, the usable lifting area of the wings was reduced, which moved the lift point forward and thereby reduced trim drag. This also had the added benefits of increased vertical area, helping the aircraft maintain directional stability and further trapping the induced shockwave. As a result, the aircraft would ride its own shockwave much like a surfer riding on an ocean wave. In late 1957, North American was announced as the winner of the competition. The aircraft was to be designated the B-70 Valkyrie, with the prototype given the XB-70 designation. We have the engines, we have the design. The next major challenge was an obstacle that plagues all fast aircraft: heat. At Mach 3, the aircraft's skin would reach an average temperature of 450 degrees Fahrenheit. The leading edges could hit temperatures of 630 degrees, and the engine compartments could see temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees. North American engineers came up with a solution. Using sandwiched panels, where each panel was made up of 2 thin sheets of stainless steel, brazed, to opposite faces of a honeycomb-shaped foil core. To cool the interior, the Valkyrie would pump fuel through heat exchangers as it made its way to the engines. The Valkyrie was so advanced that at the time it was being called the last manned bomber. However, just as the prototype was under construction, the program was dealt a severe blow. The Valkyrie was designed to fly high and fast, higher and faster than interceptors at the time could reach. In fact, during the late 1950s when the Valkyrie was being designed, Soviet interceptors could not intercept the high-flying but much slower U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. Ironically, it was an incident involving a U-2 that would lead to the Valkyrie's cancellation. In 1960, a U-2 was shot down while overflying the Soviet Union, and made the world aware of a new weapon, the Surface-to-Air Missile or SAM. Missiles had many advantages over interceptors. They could be immediately launched without having to prepare a pilot for flight. They were much faster and flew higher than any manned fighter at the time. The very advantage that the Valkyrie had been designed to exploit had been neutralized. To counter the high-flying SAMs, bombers and fighters had to fly at very low altitudes. And while the Valkyrie could do this, its speed performance was not much better than the B-52, and there was a huge range penalty flying in the lower and denser air. Another blow to the XB-70 program was the introduction of intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs, nuclear-tipped rockets that could fly halfway around the globe. This not only made the Valkyrie obsolete as a bomber, but also put every other manned bomber's future in jeopardy. In 1961, the B-70 program was cancelled, and the Valkyrie seemed to be regulated to another concept aircraft that never flew. However, there was hope on the horizon. Fortunately for the Valkyrie, just as the missile theory was gaining supporters and manned bombers were being deemed obsolete, the commercial aviation world was starting to take an interest in supersonic flight. The jet age had cut commercial flight times in half compared to propeller-driven aircraft, and supersonic transports, or SSTs, promised the same improvement over subsonic jet airliners. By the early 1960s, NASA already had several SST studies underway, most notably with a modified North American F-100 and A-5A. The Valkyrie was the perfect testbed for SST research. The XB-70 already used similar structural materials such as titanium and brazed stainless steel honeycomb, and more importantly, the Valkyrie was the same size as projected SST designs. Its fuselage was 185 feet. The first XB-70A aircraft was named Air Vehicle 1 or AV-1 and made its maiden flight in 1964. An amazing and futuristic aircraft, there simply was nothing like it in the world. Throughout 1964 and 1965, both North American and Air Force pilots conducted airworthiness tests and flights in AV-1. Interestingly, a TB-58 would escort the Valkyrie during testing as it could attain speeds of Mach 2. Flight trials continued, yet despite its design advantages, AV-1 was found to have poor directional stability above Mach 2.5, and as a result only made a single flight above Mach 3. Still, these early flights provided invaluable SST data such as aircraft noise, control system design, and actual high-altitude performance. These findings would contribute greatly to future designs. More on that later. The findings from AV-1 were taken into account and applied to the second prototype, designated AV-2. The most noteworthy improvement was the addition of 5 degrees of dihedral to the wings, which greatly improved high-speed handling. These changes proved themselves in flight tests, with AV-2 achieving Mach 3 in early 1966. By June of that year, AV-2 had made 9 Mach 3 flights. Despite not being used for its intended bomber role, the XB-70 was proving itself as a valuable testbed for the commercial airline industry. Given the successful performance demonstrated by AV-2, the Air Force and NASA signed a joint agreement to use the second prototype for more high-speed flights in support of the SST program. Plans were in the works to evaluate AV-2 on typical SST flight profiles, along with studying sonic booms on overland flights. Then, the unthinkable happened. On June 8, 1966, 5 aircraft took to the skies for a formation photo shoot. These 5 aircraft, an F-4, an F-5, a T-38, an F-104, and the XB-70 all had one thing in common. Their engines were made by General Electric. The newer and more improved AV-2 was chosen as the aircraft to represent the XB-70 program. GE requested the photo op, and just as the last pictures were being taken, the F-104, flown by NASA Chief Test Pilot Joe Walker, drifted near AV-2's right wingtip. Evidently, Walker had been focusing on the fuselage of the Valkyrie to maintain his position to the right and below. Without uncomfortably turning his head, Walker was unable to properly perceive his motion relative to the Valkyrie. The F-104 continued to drift closer, unaware of the subtle shift in position, until tragically it was caught in AV-2's wake vortex. This caused the F-104 to flip and roll inverted over the top of the Valkyrie, striking the bomber's vertical stabilizers and left wing. The F-104 exploded, killing Walker instantly. The Valkyrie flew on for 16 seconds until it entered an uncontrollable spin and crashed just north of Barstow, California. AV-2's pilot Al White ejected, but sadly co-pilot Carl Cross did not make it out. The loss of AV-2 had massive consequences for the research program. As stated before, AV-2 was the more improved XB-70, and while AV-1 was undergoing modifications at the time of AV-2's accident, it never attained the speeds demonstrated by AV-2. Following the accident, a total of 11 research flights occurred, with AV-1 attaining a maximum speed of Mach 2.57 during this time. After further maintenance and downtime, AV-1 was turned over to NASA, where research flights continued with modifications to reduce effects of turbulence and atmospheric temperature changes. Despite this, time was running out for the Valkyrie. NASA had reached an agreement with the Air Force to fly research missions with 2 YF-12As and a prototype SR-71. These new jets could log as much time at Mach 3 in a single flight as the XB-70s had in all of their combined flights. The era of the Valkyrie had come to an end. For an aircraft that nearly did not get built, the Valkyrie blazed the trail unlike any other in aviation history. To this day, the XB-70 remains the world's largest high-speed experimental aircraft and still holds the record for the largest and heaviest aircraft to ever fly at Mach 3. Beginning its life as a strategic bomber, the Valkyrie made immense contributions to supersonic commercial flight. Other SST testbeds followed the XB-70s, including the aforementioned YF-12 and the iconic F-16XL, both which increased the knowledge base for supersonic transports. The commercialized SST Concorde directly benefited from these programs, and SST technology is once again at the forefront of aviation research, almost 60 years after the first XB-70 flew. Additionally, the Valkyrie's contributions are not just limited to the commercial sector. Hypersonic weapons are at the forefront of military technology today and could change the way conflicts unfold in the near future. Compression lift and riding shock waves are of high importance to hypersonic weapons. After all, Boeing's X-51 missile has been named the Wave Rider for a reason. The last flight of the Valkyrie occurred on February 4, 1969, where the sole remaining XB-70 was flown to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. Today, AV-1 is on display at the National Museum of the Air Force. If you have a chance to go, visit and see the bomber that changed history. Imagine a machine that combines the speed of a supersonic hustler with the devastating punch of the heavyweight buff. A marvel of military engineering that skirts the edge of legend and reality. An airplane that's like the F-14 Tomcat's big brother they never warned you about. Welcome to the world of the B-1 Lancer, affectionately known as the Bone. This isn't just the story of any bomber. It's a tale of resilience, a blend of power and speed that has defied the odds. Outperforming the legendary B-52 in bomb load, the Bone struck fear into the hearts of its adversaries, so much so that it was deliberately restrained by international treaties. But there's a twist. It was canceled not once, but twice. And yet, It soared back, stronger than ever, while obtaining over 60 world records. Today, we're diving into the secrets of this iconic aircraft, the last of the American swing wings. From its unexpected origins to its crucial role in modern conflicts, the B-1 Lancer's story is more than just metal and machinery. So fasten your seatbelts, hit that subscribe button, and join me on a high-octane journey to uncover why the Bone is an indispensable titan of the skies, is stealthier than you think, and is needed now more than ever. Today, America uses 3 types of bombers, each with a different primary mission. The stealthy B-2 Spirit, the venerable B-52 Stratofortress, and of course, the fast B-1 Lancer. When you need to strike a target with total surprise, you send in the B-2. When you want an overhead presence that can strike at any time, you send in the B-52. So when does the B-1 come into play? Well, when you need a rapid, low-level delivery, flying under the radar, you send in the Bone. To really understand where the B-1 fits in today, you have to go back to its origins. By the late 1950s, new anti-aircraft missiles made flying at high altitudes a risk for bombers. This was proven beyond a doubt when Gary Powers' U-2 plane was infamously shot down in 1960. As a result, the US Air Force started flying its bombers lower to hide from radar using hills and valleys in a tactic known as terrain masking. Low-flying bombers are harder to detect because the radar would get confused with ground objects and couldn't see below a certain angle. This made anti-aircraft missiles less effective against low-flying aircraft. Case in point, the B-58 Hustler was designed for high-speed flying, yet it wasn't good at low levels. After just under 10 years in service, the B-58 program was canceled. Meanwhile, the B-52 bomber, though originally not made for low flying, could perform the task, but it was not really suited for it. Because of this, new designs called penetrators were developed for long, low-level flights. The F-111 fighter bomber was the first true penetrator aircraft, and as a result, the Air Force wanted a bomber that could combine the Mach 2 speeds of the B-58 Hustler with the range and payload of the B-52. This new bomber would eventually replace both the B-58 and B-52, or so the Air Force thought. These requirements led to the Advanced Manned Strategic Aircraft, or AMSA project, which was about making a new bomber that could perform similarly to the F-111. As the AMSA project timeline wore on and on, the joke was that AMSA actually stood for America's Most Studied Aircraft. However, some people questioned if a new bomber was even needed, since long-range ICBMs and submarine-launched missiles were seen as better for defense. Defense Secretary at the time, Robert McNamara, preferred ICBMs and limited the bomber program to just studies and developing parts. These bomber studies went on, focusing on advanced technology. But McNamara didn't want a new bomber, preferring to improve the B-52s and use FP-111s for shorter missions. The AMSA project looked like it was in jeopardy. As you know, in the world of military aviation, projects like the iconic B-1 bomber often navigate through a maze of political debates and decisions. It's a realm where understanding different perspectives is crucial, just like in the B-1's journey from blueprint to sky. And when it comes to staying well-informed, especially in our complex and multifaceted world, having a reliable source like today's sponsor, Ground News, is as vital as having the right intel in an aircraft development project. Ground News offers that broad spectrum of viewpoints, ensuring you're as well equipped in your knowledge as a pilot in the cockpit of a B-1 bomber. This platform combines articles from some 50,000 local and international sources in one place, making it easy to access and allowing you to compare coverage. For example, recently the Philippine military announced joint patrols with the US in the South China Sea, and it was barely covered by the media. This comes as somewhat of a surprise because tensions are rising in the area almost daily. We can see 17 articles have been published about this in the last day, with most of the sources coming from a center-leaning view. I appreciate that I can also see who owns these sources and how factual their reporting practices tend to be. What I really find useful is that I can skim the headlines and see how the story is being reported. In this case, we can see that sources on the right include the strengthening of the alliance between the US and Philippines, while sources on the left highlight the actions of Chinese warships. And you can see these at a glance on the Ground News site, which is available on desktop or mobile. So if you care about the truth like I do, and are tired of the misleading media narratives, then you really need to be using Ground News. I highly recommend you check out the site. Go to ground.news/PilotPhoto. The link is in the description. Right now, you can get 30% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan by using my link. Subscribing not only supports my channel, but this small team working to hold the media accountable. I find their platform really useful, and I think you will too. Thank you, Ground News, and getting back to the B-1. While the AMSA project was essentially canceled in the late 1960s, Richard Nixon bought it back after he became president. By April of 1969, the program officially became known as the B-1A. Proposals by General Dynamics, Boeing, and Rockwell were submitted in January of 1970, with Rockwell winning the contract in June of that year. The initial design of the B-1A was incredible. The airplane featured an escape capsule in case the pilots had to eject at high speeds, with swing wings that could sweep out for takeoffs and landings, then sweep back for high-speed flight. Interestingly, with its wings fully swept out, the B-1 could land in airfields that the B-52 couldn't. When it came to speed, the B-1A was fast, reaching Mach 2+ at high altitudes and even Mach 1.2 at low altitude. However, the problem for the bone was cost. In 1970, a single B-1 was $40 million. But with the runaway inflation of that era, that cost jumped up to $70 million in 1975. As a result, Rockwell began finding ways to lower the cost of the bomber, so ejection seats were used instead of the escape capsule, and the low-level speed requirement was decreased to Mach 0.85, which allowed for less use of titanium in the wings and fuselage, keeping costs down. More on that in a minute. Despite these efforts by Rockwell to scale back costs, by the time Jimmy Carter took office in 1977, the estimated cost of each bomber had risen to $100 million, and there were several competing projects. First, President Carter was made aware of a top-secret stealth bomber which was under development, known as the Advanced Technology Bomber, or ATB. This would eventually become the B-2 Spirit. Secondly, Pentagon officials stated that the new AGM-68 Air-Launched Cruise Missile, or ALCM, could be launched at safe distances from a B-52 and penetrate Soviet air defenses. Based on this, President Carter announced in June of 1977 that the B-1 was canceled, in favor of submarine land-based nuclear missiles and a modernization program for the B-52. In an interesting twist of fate, the ATB program that produced the B-2, which was a deciding factor in the cancellation of the B-1, actually helped bring the B-1 back to life, as we'll soon see. Publicly, Carter's cancellation of the project was split among partisan lines. Republicans were for keeping the B-1 program, while Democrats were against it. During his 1980 presidential campaign, Ronald Reagan strongly argued that Carter was not doing enough for defense, often pointing to the cancellation of the B-1 program as a prime example. Upon being elected to office, Reagan had to decide if the ATB stealth bomber would be ready in time or if the B-1 program should be resurrected as a stopgap. With the ATB bomber taking longer than expected, the decision was made. In January of 1982, the Air Force gave Rockwell 2 contracts totaling $2.2 billion to develop and build 100 B-1 bombers. The design was updated for the missions they now expected, creating the B-1B. These updates included slowing down the maximum speed to improve stealth. This allowed for the use of simpler, fixed geometry intake ramps instead of the variable ones. Along with changes to the air intakes, the Lancer also makes use of serpentine or S-shaped ducts to hide the engine fan blades from enemy radar emissions. And, although not technically a stealth aircraft, the B-1 has a radar cross-section that is about 1/50th of a B-52. These and other changes made the B-1B slightly less visible on radar, a worthwhile trade-off for the slower speed, as air defenses were becoming more sophisticated. The new focus was all about higher subsonic speeds at low altitudes, which produced an increase from about Mach 0.85 to 0.92 on the deck. The B-1B's top speed is around Mach 1.2 at higher altitudes. Although at the time there were still critics of the B-1B, the main arguments in its favor were the ability to carry nuclear and conventional bombs, and the takeoff performance that allowed it to operate from a much wider variety of airfields as compared to the B-52. The first production B-1B rolled off the assembly line in 1984, and the 100th Lancer was delivered in 1988. In looking at the B-1, you may have noticed some small canard-like wings or vanes near the nose of the bomber. These are part of an anti-dampening system known as Structural Mode Control System, or SMCS. This combined system helps smooth out what would otherwise be a very bumpy low-altitude ride while protecting the structure of the aircraft. When it comes to the engines, the Lancer packs a punch. The Bone is powered by 4 afterburning GE F101 engines, each putting out more than 30,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. That's 120,000 pounds of freedom. Imagine the sound of this thing on takeoff. The powerful F101 engine would go on to be developed into the GE F110 engine, which was used on the Super Tomcat and the F-16 Fighting Falcon, aka the Viper. It's hard to understate how fast the B-1 is for a bomber. As we mentioned earlier, the Lancer holds over 60 world records in the form of speed, payload, distance, and time to climb. One of the more memorable records was set in 1993 when 3 B-1Bs set a long-distance record, showcasing its ability to perform strikes anywhere in the world without any stop. However, what's a bomber without bombs? We've hinted earlier at the Bone's massive bomb load, which is greater than the B-52. It turns out that the B-1 can carry 75,000 pounds of bombs inside not 1, not 2, but 3 internal bomb bays. On top of this, the Lancer has 6 external hardpoints, which can carry a total of 50,000 pounds of ordnance. It's a lot of firepower hanging on the outside. These external hardpoints give the B-1 flexibility in carrying oversized weapons that may not fit inside the internal bomb bays. And the amount of weapon options the Lancer can take are staggering. Everything from long-range anti-ship missiles to conventional free-fall bombs, cluster bombs, and of course, precision-guided bombs. The B-1 also uses rotary-mounted launchers to dispense JDAMs, giving new meaning to the phrase, reach out and touch someone. Speaking of precision-guided weapons, the Lancer can make use of Lockheed's Sniper XR pod, which allows the B-1 to use multiple sensor formats to positively self-identify targets before prosecuting them. Conventional weapons, initially an add-on for the B-1 program, may have been what actually has kept the bomber in service. The idea of a supersonic-capable, low-flying strategic bomber gave the Russians nightmares during the Cold War. In fact, the B-1 was so feared that it was specifically called out in a nuclear arms treaty and had to be reconfigured as to not allow it to carry nuclear weapons. These modifications included adjustments to the hardpoints to prevent nuclear weapon pylons from being attached, the removal of weapons bay wiring bundles that could arm nuclear weapons, and the destruction of nuclear weapons pylons. These conversions were completed in 2011, and Russian officials inspect the bombers every year to verify compliance. Officially, the B-1 first saw combat not in 1991's Desert Storm, but in the 1998 Desert Fox campaign, where it dropped mostly unguided general-purpose weapons. Since then, B-1s have seen action in the Kosovo Allied Force campaign, the Operation Enduring Freedom campaign in Afghanistan, and in the 2003 Second Gulf War. During these conflicts, the B-1 dropped both conventional and precision-guided bombs, more than sharing the load of all ordnance dropped. For example, in the first 6 months of Operation Enduring Freedom, 8 B-1s were responsible for dropping almost 40% of the bombs used by coalition air forces. This included about 3,900 JDAMs, making up 60% of the total dropped. During Operation Iraqi Freedom, the B-1 played a significant role despite flying less than 1% of the combat missions, as it delivered 43% of the JDAMs used. That works out to about 480 JDAMs dropped per Lancer. In 2012, the 9th Expeditionary Bomb Squadron returned from its 6-month tour in Afghanistan. The squadron's 9 B-1s flew 770 sorties, making it the most of any B-1 squadron on a single deployment. During this time, the squadron spent 9,500 hours airborne and always kept at least one of its bombers in the air at all times. In doing this, the 9th accounted for a quarter of all combat aircraft sorties over Afghanistan, while fulfilling an average of 2 to 3 air support requests per day. And while we all love the A-10 swooping in and supporting troops on the ground, sometimes we forget that the B-1 has saved the lives of many an Allied soldier, possibly even some viewers of this video. B-1s also participated in operations against ISIS in Syria as part of Operation Inherent Resolve, during which, on 31 separate occasions, the bombers went Winchester, meaning they dropped all their payload. Today, the B-1 remains active, continuing to fly missions daily in ongoing operations. With its high speed and long range, the B-1 has evolved into a quasi-stealth bomber that is effective in conventional warfare against ground targets. Interestingly, the B-1 is seen as a useful asset for maritime duties, such as patrolling shipping lanes, a feature that could come in very handy in the Pacific Theater of Operations. Currently, there are plans to upgrade the Bone to keep the aircraft viable, with some estimates showing it being in service until 2038. And as you have now heard, the B-21 Raider is in development and already flying. However, if there are delays in the Raider program, then history could repeat itself. After all, the Bone was greenlit because the B-2 Spirit was taking longer than anticipated. In a similar way, what if the B-21 takes longer, and the Lancer gets an extension on its operational life? In many ways, it would be a fitting addition to the story of the twice-canceled, misunderstood, and feared bomber that is the Bone. One last thing, the Air Force had proposed an updated version of the Bone, one that would have slightly less range but more speed. It was referred to as the B-1R, with R standing for regional. You never know when I may release my next video, unless, of course, you subscribe to the channel and click the bell for notifications. Something is stirring deep in the Indian Ocean. On a remote island, far from the headlines, and even farther from civilian eyes, the United States has quietly moved 6 of its most lethal stealth bombers into position. These aren't just any aircraft. They are ghosts, gliding silently and unseen across radar screens, invisible until it's too late. And now, they sit ready in a place where the world rarely looks, but maybe should. You see, these B-2 bombers are out of sight, but not out of range. And if tensions with Iran continue to build, these spirits will be the first to strike. This isn't just posturing, it's preparation. And it's happening now. The island where this is taking place is Diego Garcia, a US-leased military stronghold that's deep in British Indian Ocean territory. To most people, it's just a dot on a map. But to war planners in Washington and intelligence officers in Tehran, it's a launch pad, a sentinel, a symbol of power projection that has reemerged in the shadow of a rising conflict. In this video, we're going to pull back the curtain on what's really going on at Diego Garcia, and why the sudden surge in bomber presence may be more than just a routine rotation. We'll break down what makes Diego Garcia so strategically vital, why it's nearly impossible to defend against B-2 strikes once they're airborne, and how these aircraft fit into a much larger and more dangerous picture. On top of that, you're going to get a front row seat into the origins of the B-2 Spirit, how it was born in Cold War secrecy, then vanished into the classified world of black budgets, and re-emerged decades later as a precision scalpel for modern warfare. We'll explore how the Spirit is uniquely suited to carry out one mission no other aircraft in the world can: a direct strike on Iran's deeply buried nuclear sites. But we're not stopping there, because this story isn't just about bombers. It's about joint power projection. The US Navy has forward deployed carrier strike groups into the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf. And when you pair the unmatched stealth of the B-2 with the full force of a carrier air wing, you get a coordinated punch that can cripple a nation's air defenses before they even know what's happening. In the second half of this video, we'll examine the strike scenarios being quietly wargamed in the Pentagon. What happens if Iran crosses the enrichment threshold? What if US assets in the region come under fire from Houthi missiles? Or if Hezbollah lights up the northern front? The answers are chilling, and the response could begin from a tiny, wave-lashed runway on Diego Garcia. This is more than military maneuvering. It's a pressure cooker, and when it blows, the first signal won't be a speech or a press release. It'll be the quiet rise of a ghost in the night sky. Let's get into it right now. To understand the stakes in this unfolding drama, you first need to understand the stage. And that stage is, of course, Diego Garcia. From above, it barely looks like more than a ring of sand and palm trees in the middle of the Indian Ocean. But zoom in, and the truth becomes clear. This is one of the most strategically valuable pieces of real estate the United States has access to anywhere on Earth. The island chain sits roughly 2,300 miles from the Persian Gulf, 3,000 miles from the South China Sea, and is positioned at the very heart of the Indo-Pacific maritime crossroads. What does that mean? Well, Diego Garcia is the ultimate forward operating base. It's a place designed for long-range operations, quietly supporting US military missions since the Cold War, with runways that are long enough for any aircraft in the American inventory. And it's not just about aircraft. Diego Garcia has port facilities that are deep enough for nuclear submarines and guided missile destroyers to dock, replenish, and refuel as needed. But Diego Garcia isn't just about logistics. It's about reach. The airfield and base at Diego Garcia is called Camp Justice. And as we've seen, this critical airfield allows American bombers, like the B-2, to strike targets across the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia without ever needing to refuel. That's game-changing, because in modern warfare, the moment you have to rely on tanker support, you introduce vulnerability, a weak link, a point of failure. Not here. And perhaps most importantly, Diego Garcia is remote. Very remote. There are virtually no local populations, no civilian interference, no commercial overflights. Because of this, it's shielded from political protests, surveillance, or the kind of public scrutiny airplane spotters that accompany other major US overseas bases like Ramstein, Al Udeid, or Yokota. For the record, nothing against plane spotters. I consider myself to be one and have worked with several on previous YouTube videos. Anyway, back to Diego Garcia. In a crisis, the island's remote location and isolation become an asset. At the end of the day, it's hard to detect what's happening on Diego Garcia until the mission is already underway. And that is exactly the point. The island has been referred to as an unsinkable aircraft carrier, and for you World War II buffs, it's been called the Malta of the Indian Ocean. You see, during major global operations, From the Gulf War to the invasion of Afghanistan to the early days of the War on Terror, Diego Garcia was the quiet launchpad for America's opening blows. In those days, B-52s and B-1Bs would depart under the cover of night and return long after the world had changed. Diego Garcia has been used for surveillance missions, submarine staging, and even as an emergency landing site for the space shuttle, in case things went wrong. But now, with 6 B-2 Spirits forward deployed there, we're entering into a new phase. This is no longer Diego Garcia as a logistics hub. This is Diego Garcia as a spear tip. We're now looking at a stealth launch pad for surgical strikes against enemies with hardened defenses and nuclear ambitions. This has become a rapid response bastion capable of sending a message that needs no translation. And with carrier strike groups currently operating in the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf, Diego Garcia now forms one point of a powerful strategic triangle. The other two, the US Navy at sea and US Central Command's assets throughout the Arabian Peninsula. Together, they give the US the ability to apply pressure from multiple directions, air, land, and sea, without warning and without apology. So when the B-2s lifted off from Whiteman Air Force Base and touched down on this remote coral atoll in the middle of nowhere, well, it wasn't routine. It was a message. A message to Iran, to the Houthis, to any hostile force watching radar screens in the Middle East. We're here, we're ready, and we don't need to be seen to strike. Coming up next, we're going to look into this Ghost's origin story, where the B-2 Spirit came from, why it was designed in total secrecy, and why even today, decades after its first flight, it still terrifies adversaries around the world. Stay with me. All right, you can't talk about Diego Garcia today without talking about the ghost that it now houses. And this ghost has a history that's soaked in secrecy, subterfuge, and silent menace. Ironically, the B-2 Spirit wasn't designed to win a war. It was designed to prevent one. Born in the paranoid twilight of the Cold War, the B-2 was the answer to a terrifying question. What if we had to take out Soviet missile silos, command bunkers, and radar sites before they could launch? But not with waves of different aircraft types, but with just one. This would be a group of unescorted bombers. They would be silent, unstoppable, and unseen. In the late 1970s, under layers of black budget programs, Northrop engineers began crafting something the world had never seen. A flying wing that was made of radar-absorbing materials, with an airframe that was shaped to bend and scatter signals. A profile that was so elusive, it could fly straight through the thickest Soviet air defenses without ever lighting up a single warning light. Now, this project was so classified, most members of Congress didn't even know it existed. In fact, even the workers building the components didn't know what they were making them for. And when the B-2 was finally revealed in 1988 at Air Force Plant 42 in Palmdale, California, it didn't just look like something from another world, it flew like it too. The B-2 Spirit could fly over 6,000 miles without refueling. It could penetrate the most sophisticated, integrated air defense systems on Earth. And it could deliver everything from GPS-guided JDAMs to nuclear gravity bombs. But its most dangerous trait, you never see it coming. Throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, the B-2 quietly proved itself in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq, flying marathon missions from Missouri halfway across the globe, striking targets with surgical precision, and then vanishing back into the night. No drama, no warning. Just a crater where a command bunker used to be. And while newer stealth aircraft like the F-22 Raptor and the F-35 Lightning have taken the headlines in recent years, the B-2 still holds one unique and terrifying capability. You see, it's the only aircraft in the US inventory that can carry the GBU-57AB massive ordnance penetrator. This is a 30,000-pound bunker-busting monster built for one purpose: to reach whatever Tehran has buried the deepest. That's not theoretical, that's the playbook. So when 6 of these bombers land in Diego Garcia, they're not there to train. They're there to remind the world that if diplomacy fails, there's still a military option. And it's one that doesn't involve a long, grinding air campaign. This is an option that could be over in minutes. But the B-2 doesn't fly alone, not anymore. In the next section, we're going to show you how this Cold War ghost has learned to work alongside 21st century naval power. Carrier strike groups sailing in the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean aren't just a backup, they're part of the plan. They screen, suppress, and destroy so the B-2 can strike clean. And at a time where everything could depend on speed, stealth, and deniability, that coordination could be the difference between victory and chaos. Stay on target. We're taking a deep dive into that joint power projection next. Now, as we've seen, the B-2 is terrifying on its own. But in modern warfare, it's not about what one platform can do. It's about how every asset in a theater works in concert. Today, the B-2 is no longer a lone wolf. It's the tip of a coordinated, multi-domain spear. And that spear is being sharpened right now in 2 of the world's most volatile hotspots, the Persian Gulf and the Eastern Mediterranean. With US Navy carrier strike groups operating in both regions, a unique opportunity has emerged, one that military planners have quietly been perfecting for years. Joint stealth and sea-based air dominance, or put more simply, let the carriers take the heat while the bombers draw blood. Imagine this: as tensions rise, the Navy's FA-18 Super Hornets and EA-18G Growlers from a carrier in the Gulf launch a suppression of enemy air defenses, or SEAD, wave. At the same time, Tomahawk cruise missiles scream in from destroyers and subs that are stationed offshore. Radar sites blink out. SAM launchers go dark. Communications are jammed. Confusion ripples across enemy command nets. In this chaos, the B-2s launch from Diego Garcia. Ghosts on the wind, masked by electronic warfare and radar clutter, heading straight for their target. No afterburners, no contrails, just low observable power sliding in under the noise floor. Meanwhile, Aegis-equipped cruisers are tracking everything, and perched atop their vertical launch cells are some of the most capable weapons in the US arsenal. The Standard Missile-6, better known as SM-6. These aren't just anti-air missiles, they're multi-mission killers, able to take out incoming ballistic missiles, enemy aircraft, surface ships, and yes, even drones. In other words, they're a perfect defensive screen for anything flying in or out of contested airspace. Now, you may remember Vandy 1 from my last video, the Navy's iconic black FA-18 of Test Air and Evaluation Squadron, also known as the VX-9 Vampires. That jet wasn't just painted to look cool, it was a signal, a testbed, a reminder that even legacy platforms can become part of the next-gen strike doctrine. It showed that stealth strikes are not just about being invisible, it's about being untrackable, unpredictable, and most importantly, unrelenting. You see, today's carrier air wings don't just support a stealth strike, they enable it. By drawing fire, jamming sensors, and holding multiple threats at bay, they create windows of opportunity for the B-2 to do what it does best: penetrate and destroy. Now, this isn't a 1-2 punch. This is a simultaneous double whammy, a coordinated strike package where failure simply is not an option. So consider this. The B-2 drops ordnance on hardened nuclear facilities deep inside Iran. Seconds later, Navy jets knock out Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or IRGC radar arrays. Then, sub-launch Tomahawks hit command bunkers. And finally, Aegis destroyers stand by to intercept any retaliation, missiles, drones, or even fast boats. All of this happens before sunrise. From a strategic standpoint, it's elegant. From an adversary's point of view, it's chaos. And this kind of coordination, it doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of decades of doctrine, joint exercises, and classified rehearsals you'll never hear about until the night it all goes live. But there is a wild card. None of this is guaranteed to stay in the realm of simulations. Because in the second half of this video, we're going to explore the scenarios that could pull the trigger. What happens if Iran crosses the nuclear threshold? What role the Houthis and Hezbollah might play in a multi-front escalation? And why the next major strike might not start with a declaration. It might start with the lights going out. Hang tight, because things are about to get real. Alright, now that the pieces are in place, the bombers, the carriers, the long-range interceptors, we have to ask the question that's quietly haunting every war room from Washington to Tel Aviv. What happens next? Because this isn't just about capabilities. It's about consequences. Let's start with the most obvious fuse. It's the one that's already smoldering. For years, US intelligence has monitored Iran's nuclear program like a hawk. Centrifuge counts, enrichment levels, even satellite imagery of tunnel boring equipment near Fordo and Natanz. But lately, the red lines have started to blur. And now, well, there's growing concern that Iran is inching closer to weapons-grade uranium, and they're doing it faster than anyone expected. If Iran were to enrich beyond 90% or begin assembling weaponization components in earnest, it would almost certainly trigger a crisis. And while diplomats may stall for time, the military calculus would shift overnight. Suddenly, those B-2s sitting on the ramp in Diego Garcia, they become the option. With those massive ordnance penetrators locked in, they'd be tasked with eliminating Iran's deepest bunkers, places that just can't be reached with cruise missiles or even airstrikes from regional allies. These are one-shot, one-kill missions, and the margin for error is razor thin. But striking Iran doesn't happen in a vacuum. Let's look at another scenario. The Houthis in Yemen have proven they're more than a proxy. They're a regional spoiler. Armed with Iran-supplied cruise missiles and drones, they've already attacked commercial shipping, US bases, and even launched missiles that had to be shot down by American and Allied destroyers. If a strike on Iran were to occur, you can bet the Houthis wouldn't sit still. Retaliatory launches from Yemen would target US warships, Gulf allies, or oil infrastructure. The Navy's Aegis destroyers, armed with those SM-6s, would be once again forced into real-time interception. And that's if they catch everything. It's only going to take one leaker to get through, and suddenly you've got an oil terminal in flames, or worse, an American ship taking casualties. Another scenario could be Hezbollah opening up the northern front. While the world watches the Persian Gulf, the real nightmare scenario unfolds in the Levant. Hezbollah, who's armed to the teeth and dug in across southern Lebanon, could take this opportunity to seize the moment. If Iran is struck, it is entirely possible that Hezbollah may be ordered to unleash its vast arsenal of precision-guided rockets against northern Israel, dragging the IDF into a multi-front war. This would tie down Israel's air force and complicate US coordination in the region. It would also put American bases in Syria, Jordan, and even Iraq at risk. Suddenly, this isn't just a strike on Iran. Regrettably, it's a regional war, and the B-2 might be needed again, this time for rapid follow-up missions across multiple theaters. And here's the most dangerous part. All these scenarios, they don't require intent, just miscalculation. One enrichment report, one drone that goes too far, one radar operator who mistakes a training mission for a strike package, and the entire board lights up. This is why the B-2 deployment matters. It's not just a threat, it's a stabilizer, a shadow cast long before any missiles fly. It buys time, it deters. But if that deterrence fails, it finishes the fight fast. And that's the paradox of power in 2025. The stronger the capability, the quieter the warning. Up next, we'll wrap up everything we've seen from Diego Garcia's silent role in US warfighting strategy to the bomber born of secret projects that's now standing ready on a coral atoll. The message behind this deployment may not be in the headlines, but it's written in steel, stealth, and strategy. Let's bring it home. Out in the middle of the Indian Ocean, 6 shadows wait in silence. They sit on sun-baked concrete, engines cold, mission briefings sealed. But make no mistake, those B-2s didn't fly to Diego Garcia for a vacation. They flew there for one reason: to be ready. This isn't posturing. It is not saber rattling. It is a silent warning in a language only the world's most dangerous actors understand. For decades, Diego Garcia has existed just beyond the public eye, a forgotten dot on the map. But in truth, it has quickly shaped the outcomes of wars, the movements of fleets, and the balance of power in entire regions. And now, with tensions rising, it stepped back into the spotlight, not with a roar, but with a whisper. The B-2 Spirit is the perfect symbol of that whisper. Born in the shadows, designed for the first night of the next war, a weapon that says nothing, but promises everything. And now it's being paired with a 21st century juggernaut, carrier strike groups that are bristling with fighters, missiles, and the ability to sustain combat operations anywhere on Earth. This is what modern American power looks like. Stealth from the sky, steel on the sea, and a joint force doctrine that can take down the world's most fortified targets before breakfast. But here's what I want you to take away. We may never see these bombers take off. We may never get confirmation of a strike. Because hopefully, if everything goes right, they won't have to. That is the power of deterrence. It's not about pulling the trigger. It's about showing the enemy that if they push too far, if they make one wrong move, there is no place that they can hide. This is how the United States holds the line in an increasingly unstable world. Not with bluster, not with speeches, but with quiet resolve that's backed by ghosts in the sky and thunder from the sea. And if you're still here, if you made it to this point in the video, then you understand what most people don't. That history isn't shaped by headlines. It's shaped in silence, in shadows, in forward deployments that no one talks about until it's too late. So I ask you, what do you think this deployment signals? Are we headed toward a tipping point? Or is this just another chess move in a long, cold game? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Let's talk about it. Let's take a look at what we know so far about the B-21 Raider and why it's crucial to America's future. After years of anticipation, Northrop finally announced they will be revealing the world's newest stealth-heavy bomber, the B-21 Raider. The B-21 is named in honor of Jimmy Doolittle's B-25 Raiders, which famously attacked Imperial Japan shortly after the events of Pearl Harbor during World War II. The B-21 builds on the success of its legendary predecessor, the B-2 Spirit, which was also developed by Northrop. It is estimated that the technology in the B-21 is at least 2 generations ahead of the B-2, which is incredible since, despite its over 2 decades of service, the B-2 remains one of the most stealthy platforms in the world. For the B-21, the USAF awarded the engineering contract to Northrop Grumman in 2015, and the critical design review was completed in 2018. The B-21 Raider will be unveiled to the world on December 2nd, 2022. Today, we'll take a look at what we know about the B-21 so far, the missions it could fly, why a flying wing is important for stealth, and what the Raider means for America's future. Based on what few details have been shared with the public, the B-21 is expected to be smaller in size than the B-2 and carry a smaller payload. For comparison, the B-2's payload is about 40,000 pounds, and current estimates show the B-21's payload to be about 30,000 pounds. At first glance, the payload sounds like a disadvantage. However, when you consider that the B-21 will be more stealthy, given its advanced design and materials, this should allow it to penetrate deeper into contested airspace and hit targets with even greater precision as compared to today's bombers. Additionally, the Air Force is planning for some 100 B-21s, which is 5 times the number of B-2s in service today. Having more B-21s means that they can be deployed globally and essentially placed within 2-hour striking distance of any target. This makes the B-21 an extremely effective deterrent. Indeed, the B-21 Raider will be a component of a larger family of systems for conventional long-range strike, including intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance or ISR, electronic attack, communication, and other capabilities. The Raider is also designed to accommodate manned or unmanned operations. When it comes to weapons, the B-21 is referred to as dual capable, meaning that it can employ either conventional or nuclear munitions. Possible payloads could include the B-61 variable yield nuclear gravity bomb, the LRSO long-range standoff nuclear cruise missile, the LRASM long-range anti-ship missile, conventional freefall bombs, and laser-guided bombs, as well as future weapon systems that are currently in development. As an example, the B-21 could also make use of directed energy weapons or lasers to strike or disable targets. Also, the Raider is said to use the same engines as those found on the F-35. These could be the currently in use Pratt Whitney F-135 series of engines, or the under development adaptive cycle engines such as GE's XA100, which is also planned for use in the F-35. If you'd like to learn more about the adaptive engines, I've made a video all about that. I'll leave a link in the description below. This use of common engines will help lower costs for both the B-21 and F-35, as well as improve mission capable rates for each platform. Another potential use of the B-21 is as a drone mothership, where the Raider could coordinate swarms of various size attritable drones to either set off enemy defenses, act as a forward deployed fighter screen for the bomber, or serve as a networked node of strike aircraft. Northrop's announcement for the reveal of the B-21 is particularly exciting, as this will be only the second time in history that a stealth bomber is unveiled to the public. Some of you may remember the first such event in November of 1988 when the B-2 Spirit was unveiled to the world. Easily the most successful flying wing ever, the B-2 followed in the footsteps of much earlier Northrop flying wing designs, beginning with the piston engine YB-35 and eventually the jet-powered YB-49. These two designs flew in the 1940s well before stealth aircraft were even conceptualized. The incentive then for a flying wing design was to reduce parasitic drag and weight from non-lift generating components such as vertical tail surfaces. In theory, a flying wing could carry heavier payloads farther, faster, and cheaper than conventional designs. Although these early examples of flying wing bombers never entered production, during flight tests it was noticed that the aircraft had a small radar cross-section. In a few decades, this would play a role in the stealth characteristics of the B-2. More on that later. It's hard to imagine today, but in 1988 the rollout of the B-2 was essentially the world's first look at a stealth aircraft. Interestingly, the F-117 Nighthawk had entered service earlier, but really didn't garner public attention until the 1991 Gulf War. The impact that the B-2 had was almost immediate. In fact, at its unveiling, then Secretary of the Air Force Edward Aldridge Jr. put it best, quote, "We are not just rolling out America's newest strategic bomber, we are ushering in a new age of strategic deterrence," end quote. And while America up to this point has effectively held a monopoly on heavy stealth bombers, the lead is beginning to diminish. China and Russia are both busy at work on their own stealth-heavy bombers, with China's far more likely entering into service before Russia's, given recent events. Additionally, modern radar systems have begun to erode the advantage enjoyed by today's B-2s and other low-observable aircraft. So how does the B-21 help America regain their edge in stealth bomber technology? There are actually two key components that make this possible: airframe design and materials. Just like its predecessor, the B-21 will make use of a flying wing design. To understand why a flying wing is so effective for stealth, we need to take a quick look at the origins of stealth technology, which interestingly began in Russia. All the way back in 1971, a Soviet mathematician named, I'll do my best in the pronunciation here, Pyotr Ufimtsev, published a paper entitled Method of Edge Waves in the Physical Theory of Diffraction. The paper was largely ignored in Soviet Russia. However, the Air Force's Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base translated the paper the same year it was released. A Lockheed Skunk Works engineer named Dennis Overholser, again I hope I pronounced his name correctly, developed a mathematical equation which applied the theories from the paper to calculate the radar cross-section, or RCS, of a three-dimensional object. This led directly to the F-117 Nighthawk, aka the Hopeless Diamond. The F-117 featured many jagged angles and surfaces to deflect or divert a radar signal, which was a direct result of the computational power available at the time, along with aerodynamic design compromises that were necessary. Interestingly, Northrop had participated in the competition to build a stealth fighter that would become the Nighthawk, but lost out to Lockheed. However, Northrop continued to work on stealth technology, and along with the lessons learned from the fighter competition and the ever-increasing computational power of computers, developed the B-2 Spirit. This is one of the reasons that the B-2 is more sleek and curved as compared to the Nighthawk. The concept is the same, just at a much higher resolution. This is similar to how early digital images were pixelated or blocky, and now ultra-high-definition images appear lifelike. Both images use square pixels. The newer images simply are working with millions of much more smaller blocks to produce the image. As mentioned before, the B-2 is still one of the most stealthy aircraft in the sky today. In fact, despite being smaller in size and newer in design, both the F-22 Raptor and the F-35 Lightning are not as hard to detect as the B-2. This is particularly due to the fact that, unlike bombers, fighter aircraft are expected to be able to perform extreme maneuvers if close-range combat, aka dogfighting, ensues. As a result, both the F-22 and F-35 make use of twin vertical tails, which help make extreme maneuvering possible but hinder their RCS. And while the design of the Lightning and Raptor work to minimize this design penalty, the vertical tails nonetheless still degrade their RCS. This is why most 6th generation concepts show a flying wing or tailless design. The idea being that with extremely advanced flight control systems, a vertical tail is not needed even for a highly maneuverable fighter. Getting back to the bombers, the B-21 improves on the lessons learned from the B-2. Just think of the advances in computational technology from 1988 till now. So while outwardly similar looking as far as the flying wing design goes, the Raider is likely the most stealthy aircraft to date. Aside from the shape of the Raider, another advantage that the B-21 will incorporate is next generation radar absorbing materials, or RAM coatings. Today's RAM coatings are said to be rated to absorb about 70 to 80% of inbound radar waves. However, these coatings are incredibly expensive, require time-consuming efforts to apply, and are susceptible to damage from weather or even standard flight operations. Given these constraints, RAM coatings have essentially been undergoing constant research to both improve their durability as well as lower their costs. One such example of a newer RAM coating is the alternate high-frequency material, or AHFM, that have been applied to the B-2 bomber fleet since about 2004. This newer material offered the same performance while reducing maintenance costs. Continuous improvements made to the coatings and coating systems have been applied to the new B-21 design. It is estimated that today's newer coatings could absorb as much as 90% of directed energy, be less expensive, and require much less time to apply and maintain. Given these newer coatings and the advanced airframe design, it is clear that the B-21 will have an incredibly low radar signature. Incredibly, the B-21 is going to be unveiled at the same Palmdale facility that the B-2 was all the way back in 1988. This represents perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness aviation history as it happens. The Raider is being introduced at a time where the world is entering a new era of geopolitical uncertainty, and the advanced stealth features of the B-21, along with its considerable numbers, will help America maintain its edge. A global stealth bomber fleet that can strike any target undetected within 2 hours is essentially an extremely effective deterrent. It certainly seems that the B-21 will again usher in a new age of strategic deterrence like the B-2 before it. The B-21 will likely enter service in the mid-2020s, followed by the Next Generation Air Dominance or NGAD fighter in the 2030s, and the Navy's F/A-XX fighter soon after that. Interestingly, the B-21 Raider is intended to replace the B-2 and B-1, but not the B-52. Let's take a look at why the B-21 Raider is more like the Nighthawk than you think, and why it's a game changer for America and the West. On December 2nd, Northrop Grumman revealed to the world the first bomber of the 21st century, the B-21 Raider, a program that has been shrouded in secrecy. Today, we will take a look at what we know following the reveal, as well as what we can infer based on what we've been shown to this point. We'll start with the airframe. Like the B-2 before it, the B-21 is a flying wing design. Since a flying wing is efficient for high-altitude, high subsonic operations, we can conclude that the B-21 will likely operate at high altitudes, possibly in the 50 to 70,000 feet range. The flying wing design also eliminates one of the key hindrances to radar cross-section or RCS, vertical tails. This is why most 6th generation fighter concepts show a tailless design. Getting back to the Raider, during the reveal we were only allowed to see the front of the aircraft and it was not completely towed out of the hangar. This was done to keep the overall geometry of the B-21 a secret for as long as possible. The B-21 program is being managed by the USAF's Rapid Capabilities Office or RCO, and is using as many off-the-shelf parts as possible. This means that most of the engineering and design has gone into the airframe and geometry to reduce or lower the RCS as much as it can be. When it comes to the engines, we still don't know if the Raider will have 2 or 4. What we do know, however, is that Pratt Whitney is on contract to provide the power plants, and given the requirement to use off-the-shelf parts, would mean that the F-135 engines, which are found on the F-35, are the most likely candidates. Furthermore, the dual engine inlets we were able to see from the reveal appear to be very low profile, so it is likely that the B-21 makes use of S-shaped inlet ducts to conceal the engine fan blades from radar. Stealth profiles actually involve 3 main aspects: radar, infrared, and acoustic. Given this, for the Raider to maintain a low IR signature, it is very likely that the F-135 engines installed in the B-21 will be non-afterburning. Since the rated thrust for the F-135 engine is 28,000 pounds at full military power, a pair of these would produce a maximum thrust of 56,000 pounds. Armed with this information, we can begin to estimate the weight and size of the B-21. Another clue that will help us with this calculation is the layout of the landing gear. Each main gear in a B-2 has 4 wheels, while the B-21 only shows 2 wheels per main gear. If we look at an aircraft with a similar landing gear configuration such as the 737, we can infer that the B-21 will weigh about 250 to 290,000 pounds and is about 75% the size of a B-2. And before we get into the unusual coatings that appear to be applied on the B-21, during the reveal it looked as if the aircraft was coated in a white or gray skin. Although we assume that the final production version could have a dark top coating such as those found on the B-2, the lighter coating could be related to several aircraft that have been spotted with chrome or mirror-like coatings recently. So far, F-22 Raptors, F-35 Lightnings, and even F-117 Nighthawks have been seen with these chrome-like finishes. The advantages of these coatings are thought to help against targeting systems. I've done videos on both the Chrome Raptor and Chrome Lightning. I'll leave links in the description below. Another interesting aspect of the B-21 Raider reveal is that there do not appear to be any visible sensors or antennas protruding from the airframe. It is thought that the advanced coatings and surface of the Raider can be used as part of its integrated sensors, which help it maintain its stealth profile. The Raider is also designed as a modular platform, making it easy to upgrade specific components or sections of the aircraft without impacting other areas. Additionally, the software systems are open architecture, which allow the Raider's complex avionics and sensor integrations to grow over time, as well as be adapted for weapon systems that are not available today. The Raider is capable of carrying both conventional and nuclear munitions, and can be flown as a manned or unmanned platform. More than just a bomber, the Raider will be able to perform intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, or ISR missions, and integrate with allied partners, similar to how the F-35 does today. Additionally, the Raider will likely be able to serve as a drone mothership, controlling swarms of attritable, less expensive drones, which can set off enemy defenses, extend jamming ranges, serve as reconnaissance extenders, and even neutralize enemy ground targets or fighters. Pricing-wise, this bomber is being built on a cost-plus contract, meaning that the Air Force pays for all of Northrop's allowed expenses, plus additional payment to allow for a profit. Essentially, this means that the Air Force is assuming all the risk in this project, allowing Northrop the time and money to figure it out. Impressively, the radar program is within budget and on schedule. Current estimates have the radar costing $700 million a copy. This contracting structure has dictated how large the B-21 is, why it looks like the B-2, and is driving several design decisions. To understand why, let's take a closer look at the development of the Raider. The flying wing in Northrop go all the way back to the N-1M, which was built in 1940. This was quickly followed by the N-9M, which flew in 1942. The N-9M was a scaled-down technology demonstrator for the B-35 flying wing bomber. A flying wing was desirable for a bomber since they can fly higher, faster, and more efficiently than conventional aircraft designs. In 1948, Northrop produced the YB-35, a full-scale strategic bomber. Interestingly, the YB-35, despite obsolete piston engines, had superior range and performance than the Convair B-36. By making use of jet engine technology, the next iteration in Northrop's flying wing was the YB-49. Although these early examples of flying wing bombers never entered production, during flight tests it was noticed that these large bombers had a smaller radar cross-section. At the time, this was mostly seen as an interesting byproduct. However, by the 1970s, everyone had integrated radar, especially air defense systems. As a result, low observability or stealth began to take priority in advanced aircraft design. After a Soviet mathematician published a paper entitled Method of Edge Waves in the Physical Theory of Diffraction in 1971, a Lockheed Skunk Works engineer used the translated copy to develop a mathematical equation, which applied the theories from the paper to calculate the radar cross-section of a three-dimensional object. This led directly to Lockheed's F-117 Nighthawk. The F-117 featured many jagged angles and surfaces to deflect or divert a radar signal. In order to focus on the airframe design and radar cross-section as much as possible, the Nighthawk used many existing components so they wouldn't have to be reinvented for this new aircraft. For example, the F-117 uses the same F-404 engines as those found on the legacy F-18 Hornet, and the flight computers from the F-16. I'm working on a video all about the Nighthawk. Be sure you click subscribe and then mash the bell so you get notified as soon as it comes out. Back to Northrop, who had participated in the competition to build a stealth fighter that would become the F-117, but lost out to Lockheed. Northrop continued to work on stealth technology, and along with the lessons learned from the fighter competition and the ever-increasing computational power of computers, developed the B-2 Spirit. The Raider is an improved version of the B-2 in almost every way. However, it does appear to be smaller and less expensive than the B-2. Why is this? Well, from the beginning, the same design process that was used on the F-117, leveraging existing technologies to focus on the airframe and RCS, has also been applied to the Raider. As previously mentioned, the B-21 likely uses the same engines as those found in the F-35, shares many design commonalities with the B-2, and uses as many off-the-shelf avionics, ejection seats, and other components as possible. In this way, you can say that the Raider and the Nighthawk took the same approach to aircraft development. The Raider will allow the Air Force to go to a two-bomber force, operating B-21s as a stand-in bomber and the B-52 as a standoff bomber. As for how many Raiders will be acquired, that number is somewhere around 100 examples. Interestingly, Australia has expressed an interest in obtaining the B-21, as the RAAF has never really found a replacement for the long-range F-111. Australia getting B-21s would help the program immensely. As we have seen with the F-35, there's definitely an economy of scale when other nations purchase a platform. The strategic importance of the B-21 cannot be understated. It is incredible to think how quickly the B-21 Raider has become a reality. In 2010, the program was started, with the contract being awarded in 2015 and the first flight scheduled for 2023. That is a quick turnaround as compared to timelines for the V-22 Osprey and Joint Strike Fighter. The B-21 is also likely critical to the success of Northrop Grumman. Furthermore, the B-21 is likely a part of a system of systems which includes the Next Generation Air Dominance or NGAD fighter. Let's take a look at what the newest photos tell us about the B-21 Raider and why it has more in common with the YF-23 Grey Ghost than you might think. Last week, the Air Force released two new photos of the B-21 Raider to the public. Shrouded in secrecy, the B-21 was officially unveiled to the world back in December and has been called the future backbone of the bomber fleet, especially since the Raider is capable of carrying both conventional and nuclear payloads. With a minimum ask of 100 examples, the Raider should start deploying to its primary operating base in the mid-2020s. The Air Force hopes that the eventual size of the B-21 fleet will number over 200. Therefore, it is easy to understand that Northrop's new bomber will play a significant role in the U.S. strategic arsenal. Everything about the Raider has been designed with future expansions in mind, from its open architecture software code to the modular construction methods that are being used. These latest photos clearly show a much lighter coating than we had previously seen in other stealth aircraft. Let's take a deeper dive into what we can learn from these photos. For starters, the image taken from above the Raider shows us the overall layout of the bomber, which is what the B-2 Spirit would have likely resembled if the added requirements for low-level penetration were not forced midway through its development. If you recall, the B-2 was initially designed to fly at very high altitudes, but then a decision was made to include low-level penetration capabilities. This caused the designers to add extra control surfaces and reshape the wing to the sawtooth configuration we know today. These changes came at a penalty to how high the B-2 could fly, along with a less stealthy profile, especially from the rear of the aircraft. However, based on these photos, that does not appear to be the case for the B-21. This means that the Raider should fly at much higher altitudes, likely well over 60,000 feet. Another interesting feature revealed from the photos are the air intakes, which appear to be deeply recessed. This is significant because one of the biggest penalties to radar cross-section or RCS are turbine fan blades found in aircraft engines. These fan blades are vertical to the direction of travel and make for a highly reflective surface for radar waves. As a result, aircraft designers go to great lengths to hide these fan blades from view, usually by installing S-shaped ducts to direct the airflow towards the engine. One example of this is the F-35's dual intakes, which feed the single engine in the center of the jet. There is practically no way to see the Lightning's fan blades from almost any angle as a result, greatly reducing the RCS. However, since the Raider is a dual-engine bomber, each engine requires its own intake. From the photos, we can see that these intakes are very recessed and appear to be covered by removable intake covers. Along with these recessed intakes, we can see a slight hump at the forward lip of the intake, which is similar to other diverterless inlets found on other aircraft. Why is this important? Well, one of the challenges in designing modern military aircraft is solving the boundary layer problem. As an aircraft moves through the air, a boundary layer of air attaches itself to the body of the aircraft that moves along with it. If this layer of air enters the intake of the engines, it can negatively affect performance. In the past, aircraft designers used splitter plates to separate the boundary layer air from the fast-moving free airflow. Generally speaking, more air into the engine equals higher performance. Alright, pause the action. Interestingly, the F-22's intakes use a form of splitter plates offsetting the intakes from the fuselage, which is not great for stealth. So to offset this, the Raptor uses radar-absorbing materials along with composites in these areas. Yet, when it comes to stealth, there is a better solution than splitter plates: diverterless inlets. This is usually a bump near the intakes and can be seen on the F-35 Lightning. And get ready for this, there's another method. In the case of the YF-23, gauzing panels were installed in the fuselage just ahead of the air intakes, which, along with a pair of small doors on the YF-23's upper surface, removed the boundary layer air. This system was automatic and was called the Boundary Layer Control System. Today, similar features can be found in the Eurofighter Typhoon splitter plate and even on the FA-18 Super Hornet. Given that these gauzing panels were featured on the YF-23, a Northrop design, we can speculate that the B-21 could make use of both an intake bump and gauzing panels to control boundary layer airflow. This could also explain the use of a smaller bump than as seen in previous aircraft designs. One more note about intakes. For comparison, the B-2 Spirit uses serrated driver plates, which would not be as stealthy as what we have seen on the B-21. Keep in mind that the B-2 is an incredibly stealthy aircraft, so these enhancements that are being incorporated into the B-21 should make it an incredibly low observable airplane. Another thing we can notice from these photos are the B-21's cockpit windows, which appear to be designed to eliminate seams and joints to further reduce its radar cross-section. This brings us back to the overall appearance of the Raider. During the reveal back in December, it was hard to tell if the Raider had a lighter coating than usual, or if the lighting in the hangar was causing the skin of the airplane to appear brighter than it was. These new photos convincingly show that the aircraft color is a white or a very light gray. Lighter coatings have been making appearances on several stealth platforms recently. Over the past year, F-22 Raptors, F-35 Lightnings, and even F-117 Nighthawks have been spotted with chrome or mirror-like finishes. I've done videos on these configurations. I'll leave links in the description below. These coatings are likely some form of counter against passive tracking systems such as infrared search and track or IRST, which some claim can also detect stealth aircraft better than traditional radar. And while the coatings seen on the B-21 are not chrome, they are likely an evolution of what has been tested and represent the latest in radar-absorbing material technology. Another reason for the white coatings could be an old one. For decades, some strategic bombers have been painted in anti-flash white. The thinking is that the white color is to reflect at least some of the thermal radiation from a nuclear explosion, thereby protecting aircraft and crew. There also could be anti-EMP components involved as well. One last thing regarding the lighter coatings, while there are numerous reasons for them, aviation enthusiasts such as myself can't help but wonder if this is also a subtle shout out to the YF-23 Grey Ghost. Your thoughts? Comment below. So far, in both the B-21's reveal in December and the photos released last week, we've only seen the front of the Raider. What about the rear of the aircraft? It turns out that an aircraft exhaust systems are one of the most closely guarded secrets of the Raider, and even of the 30-year-old B-2 Spirit. In fact, if you're taking pictures of a B-2 in an Air Force base, you are prohibited from taking pictures of the back of the airplane. Just don't do it. The B-21 Raider represents the latest in American technology and innovation, and carries with it the strategic vision of the United States and her allies. As we learn more about this incredible aircraft, I'll continue to make videos to keep you updated. And finally, it appears that the Raider is being produced at Northrop's Palmdale facility at Plant 42. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but some of you will appreciate the interesting choice of the number 42. Get ready to soar through the skies of innovation as we unpack the game-changing details behind the B-21 Raider, featuring brand new images and exclusive computer animations that bring this 6th-generation marvel to life like never before. Picture this: in December of last year, the world stood still as Northrop Grumman pulled back the curtain, unveiling the full-scale prototype of the B-21 Raider. This 6th-generation marvel is raising the bar for all other bombers in the sky, today and tomorrow. The Raider is nothing short of a generational leap in technology and aviation. Fast forward to early 2023, when additional snapshots surface, shedding more light on the Raider's intricate design and hinting at its unparalleled capabilities. Now, after months of anticipation, brand new images have been released. And today, we're diving into what these revelations mean. But we're not just talking about it. You'll see exclusive animations that show you what it all means. I've been following the development of the B-21 on this channel closely, from before the December reveal until today, to tell you the story of this unique bomber. Along the way, I've made some guesses and created these animations, and sometimes I've been way off the mark. But that's part of the fun in chronicling in what is perhaps the most secretive and revolutionary aircraft of this generation. Getting to the new photos and what we've learned about them, the first thing that stands out are the window designs. While we saw the windows in the December reveal, these photos show us different angles that tell us a couple of things. First, their unconventional shape and layout seem to indicate that the windows appear to be designed to eliminate seams and joints, which further reduce its radar cross-section, or RCS. Additionally, these windows will allow the pilots good visibility during aerial refueling and some side-to-side visibility, but the airplane will likely be flown mostly with some kind of augmented reality. This is sort of like flying in VR, where the pilots will rely on on-screen displays or even their helmet displays to see outside of the aircraft. The F-35 already does this with its helmet system, and NASA's X-59 Quest is flown by means of an Enhanced Flight Vision System, or EVS, which consists of a forward-facing 4K camera. Staying in the cockpit area of the Raider, We also noticed the new markings for the ejection seats, indicating that the Raider's pilots sit in a low-profile stance, which further reinforces the fact that the forward and down visibility will likely be minimal. The low-profile stance is almost certainly done to help reduce the Raider's RCS, making it even more stealthy. Moving outward from the cockpit, we also note that the air intakes sit very low in the fuselage, especially when compared to how the B-2's inlets are positioned. Both aircraft have the inlets above the wing, which will help maintain its stealth profile when flying at high altitudes. But the Raider's inlets are noticeably more flush with the airframe. Remember that even today the B-2 Spirit remains one of the most stealthy aircraft in the sky. With these design upgrades, the Raider will become even more invisible. What we still don't know at this point is if these inlets will house a total of 2 or 4 engines, but given the smaller size of the Raider, my guess is that the final version will have 2 adaptive cycle engines. This will allow for more onboard fuel storage, thereby providing greater range capabilities. The new photos also show various markings added to the prototype, most notably the serial number 0001, indicating that the aircraft shown in the prototype is the first built Raider. Current estimates are that there are a total of 6 B-21s in various stages of construction. The latest photos we've seen appear to be dated July 31st, which is when Northrop announced that they had powered up the Raider for the first time. Interestingly, there is one viewpoint we haven't seen from the B-21. While we've seen the front and now the side views of the jets, we haven't seen the rear of the aircraft. Why is this? The most likely explanation is to maintain secrecy for as long as possible. If you recall, when the B-2 was revealed in 1988, the press was invited to view the aircraft from the front and sides only. However, during the reveal, the B-2 was fully pulled out of its hangar, and an innovative reporter was able to rent a Cessna and get overhead shots of the back of the B-2 Spirit. In the December reveal last year, Northrop had apparently learned its lesson and only towed the B-21 partially out of the hangar, before stowing it back inside. The fact that the rear of the aircraft has not been publicly shown indicates that the design could provide other nations which are developing their own stealth bombers, such as China, clues for their development. In a similar way, designers of ground and air-based radar systems could be looking for insights as to how to track the aircraft based on what the plane form looks like. Surprisingly, from a project perspective, the Raider appears to be on schedule. The Air Force has stated that they want to purchase a minimum of 100 examples of the Raider, which is substantially more than the 19 B-2 Spirits that are in operation today. The Air Force is hoping that the eventual size of the B-21 fleet will number over 200. It's not yet known if the Raider will be made available for export, but Australia has expressed interest in the bomber. Everything about the Raider has been designed with future expansions in mind, from its open architecture software code to the modular construction methods that are being used. Next, let's talk about the exterior skin of the airplane. Everything we've seen about the Raider also shows a much lighter coating than we've previously seen on other stealth aircraft. The lighter coating represents a new generation of radar-absorbing materials, or RAM coatings, which promise to be more durable and longer-lasting than the RAM coatings used today on the B-2. If you recall, all B-2s must be kept in climate-controlled hangars to preserve their RAM coatings, and have to have all these coatings reapplied almost after every mission flown. The B-21 Raider's coatings should allow for the aircraft to perform several missions before reapplying them, and allow for the Raider to be forward deployed, even outside. This would give the Raider global strike capability just about anywhere within 2 hours. The lighter coating shown in the B-21 Raider is likely an evolution of the chrome or mirror-like finishes we've seen in the past year on several stealth platforms recently. F-22 Raptors, F-35 Lightnings, and even F-117 Nighthawks have been spotted with these unconventional chrome coatings. I've done videos on these configurations, links in the description below. Along with the aforementioned benefits, these lighter coatings are likely some form of counter against passive tracking systems such as infrared search and track or IRST, which some claim can also detect stealth aircraft better than traditional radar. And while the coatings seen on the B-21 are not chrome, they are likely an evolution of what has been tested, and again represent the latest in radar-absorbing material technology. Another reason for the white coatings could be an old and serve a somewhat grim purpose. For decades, some strategic bombers have been painted in anti-flash white. The thinking is that the white color is to reflect at least some of the thermal radiation from a nuclear explosion, thereby protecting the aircraft and crew. Furthermore, these lighter coatings will also make the bomber harder to visually detect, even during the day, so we can speculate that daytime strikes at altitudes above 60,000 feet will be possible. The Northrop B-21 Raider represents the latest in American technology and innovation, and carries with it the strategic vision of the United States and her allies. As we learn more about this incredible aircraft, I will continue to make videos with updated animations to keep you in the loop. And finally, it appears that the Raider is being produced at Northrop's infamous Palmdale facility at Plant 42. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but some of you will appreciate the interesting choice of the number 42. The B-21 Raider has flown, and we have finally been able to see all sides of this 6th generation bomber, including the rear aspect, which has, until now, been hidden from view. If you're an aviation enthusiast or you simply want to be a part of history unfolding, there is a lot to unpack here. Let's take a look at what the Raider's first flight reveals to us and why our adversaries should be concerned. One of the more unexpected features of the prototype B-21 Raider, serial number 0001, is that it has a name. Yes, the aircraft that took flight last Friday is of course a B-21 Raider, but thanks to some excellent photography by Point Mugu Skies, we can see that this aircraft has been named Cerberus. This is no accident. If you recall from your Greek mythology class, Cerberus, or the Hound of Hades, is the multi-headed dog that guards the gates of the underworld to prevent the dead from leaving. This naming is very fitting, as the B-21 may well end up being the aircraft with the most destructive flying potential ever. As mentioned, the rear aspect of the Raider has been hidden from view until this flight, and fortunately it fits in the flight profile that we were hoping for on this channel. Specifically, the planform is optimized for high altitude flights. If you remember the development of the B-2 Spirit, initially the B-2 was supposed to have the same rear planform, but there was a somewhat last-minute requirement that the B-2 needed to fly low-level missions. This caused the bomber to go through extensive redesigns and, of course, massive cost overruns. In the end, the B-2's rear section has a sawtooth look to it, which allows it to fly at lower altitudes. Now that we've seen all sides of the B-21 Raider, it looks like the low-level flying requirement was not part of the design for this new bomber, which is a good thing. Additionally, observers watching and recording the bomber's first flight also noticed a long trailing wire and aerial being towed by the B-21 as it flew by. Although this apparatus is the source of much speculation, these wires are normal for initial test flights and are used to capture undisturbed air or static measurements as the aircraft flies through the air. Along with this, at the front of the aircraft, there is a long flight test air data probe which measures, among other things, the ram air moving into the aircraft, similar to the way that a pitot tube works on all airplanes. There are, of course, numerous other sensors installed all over the aircraft that we can't see. Suffice it to say that Cerberus 1 is a flying super server with untold number of sensors recording everything as the jet flies through the sky. One of the biggest improvements from the B-2 Spirit, of which of course the B-21 is based on, are the air inlets for the engines. Since the inlets have to protrude from the top of the airframe, they can be a source of detection by enemy radars. What the B-21 designers have done is make these inlets as low profile or conformal to the flying wing as possible. Apparently, flying wings do not have fuselages. It's all really just a single wing for all components, including the cockpit housed in the main wing structure. Getting back to the air intakes. While lowering their profile is beneficial to reducing radar cross-section or RCS to avoid detection, the lower intakes do raise some challenges. The first being what is known as boundary layer air. Many modern aircraft, and especially stealth ones, use an S-shaped or serpentine duct to hide engine fan blades from radar. The fan blades on a turbine engine are essentially perpendicular to the airflow, and as a result is like a large mirror for detection radars. Basically, if exposed, these fan blades can turn into a giant windmill, saying, "Here I am," to the detection radar. Because of this, airplane designers create convoluted air tunnels to keep feeding the engine vital air, while hiding these blades from outside view. Lowering the intakes on the B-21 causes even more challenges as you start to approach the point at which not enough air is entering the engine. Keep in mind, we're just talking about level flight. Things get interesting when the aircraft is flying supersonic or the aircraft is pitching up during moments like takeoff, climb, and even landing. These higher pitch flight regimes introduce high angle of attack or high alpha, and can limit even further the amount of air being delivered to the engines. In the case of the B-2 Spirit, to overcome this, it uses butterfly inlet doors that open up to allow air entering during these moments of high alpha or other flight regimes that can restrict airflow into the engines. The B-21 Raider appears to follow a similar strategy by using large triangular doors that open up to allow airflow into the engines, which, interestingly, give the Raider horns or a devilish appearance, which could be another reason the first jet has been named Cerberus. It is almost difficult to understate how important keeping the height of these inlets as low as possible is. You could argue it is the biggest factor in determining how stealthy the Raider ends up being. It's that critical. And speaking of the engines, we still, as of the making of this video, do not know the type or even number of engines the Raider has. But given its size, it seems very likely that the B-21 has 2 engines, even though early speculation called for 4 engines. Ultimately, we'll just have to wait and see. Another area of the bomber we were able to look at, which we haven't seen before, was the belly. We can now clearly see the apparent single weapons bay, which, given the B-21's smaller size as compared to the B-2, the weapons bay is smaller and almost definitely has less capacity than the larger B-2. Then there is the question as to what weapons the B-21 Raider will be able to carry and employ. One of the largest, the GBU-57B Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP, great acronym by the way, is the world's most powerful conventional bunker buster. Designed to take out underground targets literally buried under mountains, this 30,000-pound bomb can only be carried by a few aircraft. Today, the B-2 Spirit can carry 2, while the smaller B-21 can only likely carry 1. However, the weapons bay will be designed to be smarter, meaning the ordnance packages will take advantage of the B-21's open architecture systems, so that new weapons, new configurations of weapons, and even air-launched drones can be employed by the Raider. What we still don't know is whether the B-21 will have secondary weapons bays like we've seen in both the F-35 Lightning and the F-22 Raptor. In both these aircraft, the secondary bays house heat-seeking AIM-9 sidewinders. We can envision the B-21 making use of secondary weapons bays to house self-protection air-to-air missiles like sidewinders or even AIM-120 AMRAAMs. Given the fact that the Raider is an all-new aircraft, it could also make use of the AIM-260 Joint Advanced Tactical Missile, or JATM. Since we haven't seen the Raider with open bay doors yet, it is possible that these secondary bays could be right next to the main weapons bay, but until we see more, we just don't know. What we do know so far is that the B-21 is keeping its lighter color as compared to the B-2 Spirit. One of the first things that we noticed during last year's reveal is that the Raider appears to be coated in a light gray or white coating, where older stealth aircraft like the Nighthawk and Spirit are coated in a much darker gray. The Raider's light gray coating seems to indicate that the aircraft could be able to operate in day or night conditions. Another interesting feature of the B-21, although this is common to flying wings, is how much smaller it looks from the side. While flying wings are wide to produce the necessary lift, they are not as long as conventional aircraft. You can see this when we view our 3D model of the Raider next to a B-52. This shorter length undoubtedly plays a role in reducing the RCF of the aircraft from all angles. As we learn more about the 6th generation Raider, I'll continue to make updated videos with updated 3D models. Much has happened since last year's reveal, and if you're anything like me, you can't wait to find out more. What do you think? Is the Raider the most advanced aircraft flying in the air today? What will the RCS be like when it's all said and done? Let me know in the comments below. Imagine a bomber so advanced, it can sneak past even the most sophisticated defenses, adapt to future missions, and do it all at a cost that won't break the budget. Meet the B-21 Raider, America's latest stealth bomber, and a likely game changer in modern air power. Now, this isn't just a concept airplane. The Raider has been flying for over a year, and we've even seen photographs of it flying at high altitudes. Here's the thing, the Raider is not just a weapon, it's a glimpse into the future of warfare. This aircraft could take on roles originally designed for cutting-edge fighter jets. So, what makes the B-21 so revolutionary? And could it redefine how the US Air Force fights its battles? Let's dive in. Despite similar appearances, the Raider is no ordinary bomber. It's designed to break through the very toughest air defenses and strike targets anywhere in the world. But what makes it truly stand out are 3 groundbreaking features that set it apart from anything we've ever seen before. Number 1, stealth like no other. The Raider builds on the legacy of the B-2 Spirit, a bomber that features state-of-the-art technology designed to evade even the most advanced radar systems. Despite being in service for over 35 years, we still don't know just how stealthy the B-2 really is. Some experts say the B-2 is nearly invisible to detection. The combination of a tailless wing, top-mounted jet engines, along with special radar-absorbing materials, virtually make the B-2 a flying black hole in the sky. The team at Northrop basically took all these lessons they've learned, along with massive advances in computer technology, and made the B-21 Raider. So when it comes to stealth tech, the Raider will make the B-2 look more like a biplane as compared to an F-15 Eagle. Essentially, whether facing high-tech defenses or contested airspace, the B-21 is built to stay invisible. Number 2, future-proof design. What's really exciting about the Raider is its modular design. The B-21 is set up to integrate next-generation technologies as they develop, such as advanced sensors, artificial intelligence, and even directed energy weapons or lasers. Think of the Raider as a flying gaming PC. You can upgrade the RAM, add a video card, or even an extra hard drive, yet you still have the same box the computer came in. This makes the B-21 much more than just a bomber. More on that in a minute. Number 3, surprising affordability. Alright, it's time to talk money. When it comes to bombers, their toughest opponent isn't usually surface-to-air missiles or even enemy fighters. It's perhaps the oldest adversary there is: money. Bombers have always been more expensive than fighters, and as a result are much harder to develop and produce. This is one of the reasons the B-52 will probably outlive all of us. It's still the most cost-effective way of putting lots of warheads on foreheads. Well, here's the kicker. The B-21 is coming in under its initial budget expectations. Compare that to the NGAD fighter program, whose costs are estimated over $300 million per aircraft and rising. I've done a whole video on how the Air Force's NGAD is being put on hold, and why the Navy may take the lead in the next-gen fighter program. Watch that video after this one, link in the description below. Getting back to the Raider program has turned out surprisingly affordable. The cost for the first batches of B-21s was originally expected to be around $19 billion, but the Air Force has managed to bring that down by 28%, saving over $5 billion. That's a huge deal. So what does this mean for each plane? Right now, the B-21 costs about $667 million per aircraft when averaged over the early production run. While that's a big number, it's very reasonable considering how advanced the Raider is. And remember, as more Raiders are built, that number should come down. Because of its affordability, some experts believe the Air Force might buy more B-21s to take on roles that were originally meant for the more expensive NGAD fighter. And remember, that NGAD program is on hold due to those rising costs. So basically, for the same budget, the Air Force could get more B-21s, giving them flexibility without overspending. This makes the Raider not just a bomber, but a smart financial move for future air power. When the concept for 6th generation first came about, the Air Force initially planned for a clear division of labor. The NGAD would dominate the skies, while the B-21 would handle long-range bombing missions. But the Raider's advanced design is proving it can do much more. By adapting to contested airspace with its stealth and long-range capabilities, the B-21 is perfect for missions in heavily defended areas, places where even the NGAD fighter would require significant support. Along with bombing or strike missions, its modular design allows the B-21 to be fitted with advanced sensors and long-range air-to-air missiles. This means it could take on intelligence-gathering missions and even defend itself against enemy aircraft. Essentially, the B-21 isn't just filling gaps, it's reshaping how we think about modern multi-role aircraft. Another argument for the Raider taking off some of the NGAD's roles is the rise of drones. A single long-range Raider could control waves of drones from a safe distance. Think of a Raider orbiting outside enemy airspace, controlling a strike package of drones. These expendable drones could attack enemy air defenses and even fighters. When the drones finish their mission, the Raider could come in and deliver precision munitions and take out key targets. The Raider's stealth and long range would give it an advantage over almost any fighter. And speaking of range, we have to take a look at areas like the Indo-Pacific, where vast distances are the norm. Here's where the B-21's versatility and range shine. It can stealthily strike high-value targets, gather critical intelligence, and even provide air support in contested areas, all without requiring a large, costly support fleet. This adaptability is key for the Air Force's evolving strategy. By taking on some of the NGAD's originally planned roles, the Raider maximizes resources and ensures readiness for potential conflicts with near-peer adversaries like China or Russia. Think of it this way, one Raider could accomplish the mission that 4 NGADs would be required to do. So even though an individual Raider may cost more than a single NGAD, it can perform the job of several NGADs, making it more cost-effective. So where does the B-21 Raider stand today? Northrop Grumman has already delivered the first aircraft for flight testing, with 2 more undergoing ground testing. Early reports suggest the program is on track and may influence how many Raiders are ultimately ordered. This raises an exciting possibility. Could the B-21's success shift its role from primarily a bomber to a multi-mission powerhouse? And if so, what would that mean for the future of the NGAD fighter program? Ultimately, the B-21 Raider isn't just a bomber. It's a blueprint for how the Air Force is adapting to the challenges of modern warfare. By combining affordability, advanced capabilities, and adaptability, the Raider has the potential to redefine air power in the 21st century. And with the NGAD program facing ballooning costs and extended timelines, the B-21 might not just complement America's next-generation air fleet, it could lead it. What do you think? Could the B-21 Raider become the Air Force's top choice for multi-mission dominance? And what does that mean for the future of fighter jets like the NGAD? Somewhere over the Pacific, a tanker crew watches the horizon and wonders if they'll be the first target. On the ground, aging bombers, legends with wrinkled logbooks, wait for another sortie they were never meant to fly in a world like this. And while the buff still thunders, the bone still sprints, and the spirit still slips through the dark, the clock has been ticking since the Cold War. And tonight, that clock is getting louder. So here's the question that actually matters. When the enemy builds a wall of sensors, missiles, and warships, from the first island chain to the second, what gets through? Not a theory, not a PowerPoint, but something that can take off from home soil, thread the needle through the densest air defenses on Earth, and put any target at risk without asking for a refueler to stick its neck out. Enter the B-21 Raider. On paper, it's a stealth bomber. In reality, it's a systems shift, a penetrating strike aircraft born digital and designed to be upgraded just like your phone, and built in numbers that are big enough to matter. And if you think that's just marketing, wait until you see what the second Raider did on its very first flight. No external test gear, no training wheels, and we're going to take a deep dive into why that matters and what it says about the Raider's digital twin. I'll show you in a minute. We're also going to peel back the skin on the parts they tried to hide at rollout, the back end. Because if you want to understand stealth in 2025, you start with heat, those exhausts, and the art of making a bomber look cold to a sky full of infrared eyes. Old fleets, new threats, and a jet built to flip the script. So stay with me, because by the end, you'll know why the Raider isn't just the next bomber. It's the one they built for the fight we actually face. The B-21 Raider is more than just an upgrade from the B-2 Spirit. It's actually a response to the new era of global power dynamics. But to understand this, we need to not look at the how when it comes to the Raider, but rather the why. Today's US Air Force bomber fleet is old, with airframe ages measured in decades instead of years. You've got the forever flying B-52 Stratofortress, of which the newest one was built in 1962. That's the newest one. And that's back when Kennedy was still president. What that means is that the newest buff is 63 years old. And while the B-1 and B-2 are of course newer than the buff, they're also still long in the tooth. For example, the newest B-1 Lancer is tail number 86-0140, aka the last Lancer, which was delivered in 1988, making it 37 years old in 2025. And it doesn't get much better for the B-2 Spirit, which had a somewhat complicated delivery situation. You see, the final B-2 Spirit delivered to the US Air Force was the Spirit of America, which was a rebuilt and upgraded test airframe. That converted test airplane to a production example officially joined the operational fleet in 2000, which marked the end of B-2 production. That makes the newest B-2 over 25 years old, which is older than most Air Force Academy grads. Today's B-2 Spirit is still considered by many the stealthiest aircraft in the sky. The harsh reality is that there are only 19 of them. This small force can only be used as a silver bullet for very specific situations like what we saw in Operation Midnight Hammer earlier this year. Yet, given today's complex geopolitical situation, where a conflict in the Pacific with a near-peer enemy is becoming more and more likely, 19 airframes just won't cut it. And despite continuous upgrades to both the B-52 and B-1, today they are mainly seen as platforms to launch standoff weapons outside of heavily defended airspace. Because of this, the Raider is intended to fill the gap and create a large force of advanced bombers that can strike any target anywhere in the world. The Raider has been engineered from the ground up as a dual-capable, penetrating strike stealth bomber, with the Air Force intending to order no less than 100 airframes, and maybe even 200 examples by the time production ends. Now, we'll get to the stealth features in a moment, but first, we need to talk about one of the Raider's more important features: range. In a potential Pacific conflict with China, forward air bases and refueling tankers will be primary targets in China's overall anti-access area denial or A2AD strategy. Because of this, the Raider will need to have intercontinental range, while also carrying a large payload. The idea here is to be able to project power from the mainland United States or Australia, which will act as a hedge against allied targets that are within those first and second island chains in the Pacific. You can think of the B-21 Raider as the cornerstone of America's nuclear modernization strategy. It's going to be built to replace legacy Cold War bombers like the B-1 and eventually even the B-52. Also remember that the B-1 no longer carries nuclear weapons. Now, I'm not throwing shade at the B-1 or even the Buff. They both earned their legendary status. In fact, I've covered the B-1's incredible story in its own video, which you can check out after this one. Links are in the description below. But getting back to the Raider, it will eventually become the backbone of the air-breathing leg of America's nuclear triad, while also being able to carry conventional bombs. So far, we've only talked about theory and concept when it comes to the Raider, and while that's great for understanding how it should work, nothing compares to seeing the real thing take flight. Well, unless you have two of them flying. On September 11th, 2025, a second Raider took to the skies. The newest Raider took off from Northrop Grumman's Plant 42 in Palmdale, California, and it flew over to Edwards Air Force Base for more testing. Having a second airframe available allows the Air Force to go beyond basic flight tests and move into weapons testing and mission readiness. You can think of it as two parallel efforts. One aircraft could test aerodynamics while the other could test sensors and fly mission profiles. Another interesting thing to note about the second Raider is that it flew in a clean configuration. If you remember, the first Raider, nicknamed Cerberus, had a data probe and a trailing cone deployed as it took off. Now, as of the recording of this video, there is no official nickname for the second Raider. However, some are calling it Spartan, based on the artwork that has been seen on the jet. Now, you almost can't understate this. The fact that the second B-21 flew with no external test gear tells us something huge. What this means is that the data from the first jet matched so perfectly with the aircraft's digital twin that engineers already trusted how it would perform. In other words, they were confident enough with the second jet to skip the training wheels. And that's a massive win for the B-21's digital design philosophy, and a big reason why this program has actually stayed on time and on budget. Something that's almost unheard of in modern military aviation. But this isn't just a win for the pilots and designers. Having two flying examples also allows maintainers to get hands-on experience turning around two jets for flight ops and developing maintenance schedules for the Raider. Northrop is working hard to make each example of the Raider as production ready as possible, so that when the assembly line does kick into full gear, all of the tooling and maintenance procedures are in place from day one. The second Raider really moves things from testing an airplane to building a combat system. Alright, now it's time to talk about the stealth design of the Raider. You see, the B-21 Raider isn't just another stealth bomber. It's what happens when you take the legendary B-2 Spirit and give it 30 years of upgrades in materials, aerodynamics, and manufacturing tech. Thanks to some recent photos, we've finally gotten our best look at the Raider's shape, especially that mysterious aft section. And well, it's nothing short of a stealth masterclass in both art and engineering. To take a deeper dive with these stealth features, we'll start with the rear of the jet. For years, the rear aspect of the B-21 was a closely guarded secret. If you remember, during the bomber's reveal, they only showed the front of the jet and partially pulled it out of the hangar. Now, this wasn't a coincidence, it was a lesson learned from the 1988 reveal of the B-2, incidentally at the same facility. Back then, a crafty journalist rented a Cessna to fly over the ceremony and get photos of the Spirit on the ground. This showed the world the exhaust design of the B-2. But why is exhaust design such a big deal? Well, it turns out that hot engine exhaust is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, source of IR or infrared emissions. Now, when most people think about stealth today, they think about radar evasion and preventing radar detection. But one of the more recent ways to detect a stealth aircraft is by using infrared search and track, or IRST sensors. These sensors are passive, meaning that they don't give off any emissions and can be used to literally see an aircraft without radar emissions. They're also small enough that they can be mounted on fighters and are relatively cheap compared to air defense radar systems. To counter this, the Raider takes a similar but improved approach from the B-2 Spirit. Just like the B-2, the B-21 has its engines buried deep within the airframe, and the engine's exhaust is ducted through channels before being expelled through flat, slot-like objects. Doing this does several key things. Number one, it completely shields the hottest parts of the engine, which are the turbine and the combustor, from view, especially from ground-based threats that are looking up. The second thing it does is spread the exhaust over a wide, flat area, allowing it to mix with cooler air, thereby lowering its temperature. In the B-2, we can also see special materials in the channels that are used to cool the gases even further. But what makes the B-21 Raider different in this case is, rather than using a sawtooth trailing edge that the B-2 uses at the exhaust channel, the Raider makes use of an advanced design with advanced materials. By using an updated geometry and likely some airflow mixing even before the exhaust exit, the Raider manages heat far more efficiently. Imagine the advancements in material science as well as computing power since the 1980s, and you'll start to understand how far the Raider has come. But the Raider is more than just a flying heatsink. It's been designed for all-spectrum, low observability. What that means is that the Raider is meant to minimize its signature across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. And that includes radar, of course infrared, acoustic, and even visual detection. That's another huge leap from the B-2, which was mainly designed to defeat Cold War-era Soviet radar systems. Now, one of the biggest strengths and weaknesses of any stealth aircraft is the application of radar absorbent materials, or RAM coatings. These coatings basically absorb radar signals, and that helps keep the aircraft invisible or low observable. However, these coatings are expensive, they wear out from the elements and flight operations, and they need to be reapplied, usually by hand. Now fortunately, the B-21's RAM coatings use next-gen materials and are designed to be effective against a much wider range of frequencies. And from what we've seen, they're also much more durable than the notorious delicate coatings used by the B-2. Now when it comes to the actual geometry of the B-21's airframe, it's basically a study in stealth optimization. The engine intakes, which are usually a major source of radar reflection, are more flush with the fuselage than the B-2's. The cockpit windows are also redesigned, which eliminates seams that could create radar hotspots. This new window design helps keep that ever-critical frontal radar cross-section as low as possible. Now, many have also noticed that the B-21 is smaller than the B-2 and will likely carry a lesser payload. But this is intentional. Where the B-2 was designed for a Cold War mission of carrying large nuclear gravity bombs, the B-21 is made for a modern era of more precise, networked warfare. You see, today the Air Force is looking for a larger, more survivable fleet over the sheer payload of a single airframe. The smaller aircraft is stealthier, more affordable to build and operate, and with a planned 100 airframes, it'll be 5 times larger than the current B-2 fleet. You can think of it like this. The B-2 was built in the analog handcrafted age, and the B-21 is being built in the digital age with models-based systems engineering. Now that brings us to what's under the hood. If the F-35 is a flying supercomputer, then the B-21 is a flying data center. Introduced as the world's first 6th-generation aircraft, one of the core concepts of the Raider is its Open System Architecture, or OSA. Older systems like the B-2 are built on closed hardware and software from the 1980s, which makes upgrading slow, expensive, and invasive. Because of this, B-2 Spirit upgrades usually require depot-level modifications. However, with the B-21's OSA, it works more like your modern smartphone's operating system. This is because the hardware is decoupled from the software, which allows for rapid, seamless upgrades through software updates on the software side and by using modular hardware components on the hardware side. What you get is a near future-proof jet, with new applications, sensors, or weapon systems that can be added with minimal downtime. Quick side note, this is one of the reasons that upgrading the F-14 Tomcat was such a huge undertaking. The entire jet was analog and basically hardwired to work with the AWG-9 radar system and the AIM-54 Phoenix missile. But in the Raider's case, because of the ease of upgrades and flexibility, the B-21 could flip the script on the bomber's actual role. Traditionally, bombers have been used as finishers in the kill chain, showing up after intel has been gathered and targets identified. With the Raider's extreme stealth, long range, and massive sensor suite, it can fly recon, conduct battle management, serve as a comms node behind enemy lines, and strike targets, all in the same mission. Also remember that while the initial B-21s will have a crew of 2 pilots, The Raider was designed from the ground up to be optionally manned, meaning that a Raider could fly as a very high-powered and capable drone, staying airborne for days without having to worry about crew rest. With pilots on board, the Raider could also work as a forward drone controller, coordinating large flights of collaborative combat aircraft or CCAs in fighter-sized drone swarms that could neutralize enemy air defenses or high-value targets while keeping the pilots out of the danger zone. So, what does this all add up to? Essentially, the Raider isn't just another shiny jet. It's the Air Force's answer to decades of aging bombers, shrinking force size, and a far more dangerous, sensor-rich battlefield. We went from B-52s built in the Kennedy era to B-2s and B-1s that are middle-aged or older. And that reality shaped everything about how the B-21 was built. Long range, true low observability, digital engineering, open system upgrades, and the option to fly with or without pilots on board. Put simply, the B-21 is meant to be the bomber fleet that the Air Force actually needs for the 21st century. Big enough in numbers to matter, stealthy enough to survive, and flexible enough to keep getting better after it leaves the factory. It's not a replacement for nostalgia, it's a practical tool for deterrence and warfighting in a world that's changed dramatically since the last bomber line shut down. And here's the question you're probably asking yourself. When the B-21 finally retires, how many B-52s will still be flying? Comment below, thanks for watching, and if you like this video, be sure to subscribe for more. PilotPhotog.com